everlevelconcrete.com. John and Nick are here.
Yes.
Hello, gentlemen. How are we doing today? I got to maneuver this around. How does Josh do this? Does he go on the
maneuver boy
right side of the buttons or the left side of the buttons?
That's a great question. I don't have an answer for that. I've, on occasion, when I've done shows like this, I've opted to take that chair. I've never liked it over there.
Yeah,
everything is. It's like when you get in a car and it's like, oh, I'm in Europe now, so I'm on the wrong side of the car. I can't do this.
I agree. Everything's nice and close over there.
It's the way it should be.
Yeah, the headphone wire doesn't have to be too long and all that stuff. Yeah, you got the computers right in front of you.
All that's exactly. I don't. So I'm not sure.
Okay.
The good news is
you figured out.
It's not like you're having to do a bunch of turning off and on the mic. I mean,
no.
Once you're done here, you're done.
I'm out.
And you're out.
Yep. Basically just, flip it on, turn it off, and that's it.
That's us.
Anyway, anything happened over the weekend?
Remember when weekends used to be fun and relaxing?
Yeah, well, we've had some things over the last couple here.
Many things.
I would like to represent Josh here and say that his Grumball was again correct.
I mean, how hard of a limb was that?
But you guys both said no. You guys both
I never said no. I just like to make fun of him when he makes these picks and then lean into the idea that he could be wrong and then the Grumball will be wrong again.
It sounds a lot like you do this. You say these things in a way to where you're never wrong. You never.
But did I ever say he wasn't getting out of the race?
I didn't think he was going to. I thought he was going
to.
I thought he was going to write it out, and then if elected, he was going to drop out the second he was elected.
Wow.
Or resign.
He's going to resign after he got elected.
Yeah.
Man, if you think people are having heart failure now about this is in a democratic process and why wasn't this done months ago and blah, blah, blah.
That would have been a lot worse.
That would have been a lot worse.
It would have been an absolute poop show. I thought that's what would have happened.
You are a chaos guy, Nick. You like the chaotic scenarios.
I do like chaotic scenarios.
Which is why that betting ticket on the board there is you're really rooting for it. The Rockies over the Royals in the World Series this year. It
could happen.
My Royals might come through for you. I don't know. Who knows? Might go. I mean,
they're in better shape than the Rockies.
I believe the stat was over the weekend that it's only the third time in history that the Royals have won 55 out of their first 100 games or something like that. I know it's kind of unbelievable to think about. I'll get the stat.
That's
for sure.
a weird stat because the Royals used to win the West.
I know
somewhat regularly back in the. But
they've only had two 100 teams at 100 win teams ever.
Right.
And maybe one of them was when they won the World Series, but whatever. 55 out of the first 100, and the previous two times they won the World Series.
Okay,
gets you thinking. It gets you thinking. That's all. Gets you dreaming. Oh. All it takes for me to get really happy about the Royals, I found, is to play the White Sox. It works every time.
Oh, you don't say.
It's like a medicine.
Oh, that's right. The Royals are getting to play the White Sox for the 18th time.
It was like when I was really sick at the College World Series, and then all of a sudden something happened to me. I saw somebody, and they fixed me up. All of a sudden, I felt a lot better. That's like playing the White Sox.
God, I wish we could play the White Sox.
Sometimes you don't win against the White Sox, and that's also okay.
Very rarely do you not win against the White Sox.
But it's okay and normal if a team loses to the White Sox.
Not really.
No.
And nobody should feel bad about it if their team loses to the worst team in baseball.
I mean, people should feel kind of bad when you lose.
Do you know the White Sox record? It's 27-74.
Yep.
Yeah. So when you guys have Farron on tomorrow and you do your whole White Sox, let's check and see if the White Sox are going to be the worst team of all time.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they're close. I mean,
they are really pacing.
The White Sox had taken the lead over the 62 Mets when we last updated this. Was it last week that I updated it?
I'm not sure that they've won. I'm not sure that they've won since.
Let me
because last week was the All-Star break and then they got swept by the Royals.
One thing I found out doing this little exercise is just how much further ahead on the calendar 1962 was than this year.
Oh, really?
Like
when they ended the season.
So what did you say the Go-Go Sox record was?
27 wins, 74 losses for a 267 winning percentage.
So 27 and 74. 27 and 74 is 100 and 27-74 is
Okay, yeah. That's a hard question, actually.
101. 101 games.
I believe so.
Okay. I got
Correct, John.
Okay.
Confirmed.
Let me fast
101
forward
games.
here a couple of days and see. It's 99 games. See, the thing is, too, in 1962, they also played a lot of doubleheaders.
Yes.
Because they can. All right. So, by the way, the 101st game in 1962 was Sunday, July 29th. So, like a week ahead of schedule.
Okay. And they
and they, of course, played a doubleheader. So, it's not going to be perfect, but the Mets were 26-76.
Why were there so many double headers?
So the White Sox are currently one game better than the 62 Mets. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Damn.
Amazing.
I'm hoping that I want them to be worse. I mean, I want to see that kind of history.
Me too. I saw one of the Royals beat writers that I follow was in the stadium before batting practice or during batting practice on Saturday night and commented that the White Sox batting practice was one of the least impressive things that he had ever seen. Which is amazing.
Imagine if
it's a major league team taking batting practice.
If they trade Luis Robert, how much more depressing it'll be.
It is a thing that is built to be impressive, right? It is major leaguers taking batting practice.
Yes, just tanking balls all over the place because I mean they don't practice a lot of bunting anymore.
No, they do not. And he commented, "This is not normal. This is not good. I would like to see video, but that's okay."
I would too, and what they should do is they should allow the fans to come out into the field and shag fly balls in place of catching home run balls in the bleachers.
It'd be a lot easier. There would be no threat of injury.
Yeah, the kids that come in early because they want to shag fly balls in the outfield, they can just join the rest of the Royals out there.
I always felt like I would do a pretty good job. Those little kids they put out there for the home run derby.
Yeah,
I always felt like I would do okay at that. Just catching fly balls.
I'm surprised we haven't had like a major incident with.
Well, there was one kid that got hit pretty bad, wasn't there?
Yeah, but not so much from the fly balls, but from them hitting each other.
Yes,
because they send 40 of them out there, and they're all going for the same spot, and they're all looking up. They're not looking where they're at, and then all of a sudden, bam!
Wasn't there a kid who robbed a home run one year too, or something? There was some controversy with that.
There might have been.
There was a very short wall somewhere, and the kid reached over and caught it, and they were like, I think that kid robbed that. That was not good. Not what we were supposed to do in the home run derby.
Do you think if we were to put just a normal dude on the White Sox, just replace one person with a normal guy, that would have a meaningful impact on the White Sox?
No.
So you're asking me if we put John on the White Sox, would they get worse?
Yes.
Definitely.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. They would get a lot worse.
I mean, I wouldn't start. I mean, that'd be just one less bench option.
Yeah. But it's an automatic out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you could take the slow pitch softball legend out there, the guy that's always tanking home runs and,
the question
slow
is
trotting. The guy, the try hard, the guy who always digs into the batter's box and he's always jerking at the uniform and holding up the timeout sign, the try hard, the guy who is supposedly the best athlete on the field. Put him on the White Sox, he would make them worse.
The question, John, is where would we put you in the field to hide you? What's the easiest position to play?
I mean, it's the outfield somewhere.
Definitely. It's got to be either right or left, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Depending on what kind of pitcher
Depends
you
on
have.
your matchup that day.
Yeah.
Maybe right. They usually put Charlie Blackmon out in right, and he's old.
Yeah, also if you were playing at Fenway Park, you definitely just have him play left field. There's 10 feet of ground to cover there.
Right. And all you have to do
play
is
it off the wall.
Yeah, you just play it off the wall, which would still be comical.
Yeah.
Because it'd be like, I don't know how the wall bounces, and you're trying to get in position because you want to look cool. You want to make sure you don't screw anything up, and then the ball bounces off the wall, and you're like, oh.
Yeah.
And you act like it's coming at you
but
at
that's
100
the key.
miles an
Nobody, not even major leaguers, know how to do that. So you could just look just like major leaguers.
I guess. Yeah. Left field in Fenway Park.
Left field at Fenway Park.
That's where you hide me.
Have John hit ninth, and his impact might be minimized in that case. They'd still lose just like they would normally lose.
Correct.
So to your point, is that the point that you're making?
Yeah, I didn't think it would make them win, but I didn't know if it would make them worse or just about the same.
Probably a little less chance.
I mean, people forget, as bad as this team is, they're still Major League Baseball players.
Right.
Yeah. they still have a chance to win. Unfortunately, they've only won about 25% of the time this year.
That's really depressing.
Very, very bad.
That is really,
again,
really
if you're one of the teams that they won against, it's okay that they beat you. And it's fine. It's fine that you got beat by the White Sox.
I don't know.
How many times, Nick? How many times is it okay to get beat by the White Sox?
I think that any time is okay because baseball is a random sport and sometimes things just happen.
All right.
I don't think anything matters.
Okay. Sure. It's just random after all.
It's all random.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I was listening on the way in, and no. I think this was a good observation that you made with Sam regarding the Iowa schedule, because they do have the most Big Ten West schedule possible.
Incredibly.
Because they're still going to be matched up with those same three teams, at least until the Big Ten changes the formula or they expand again, which is, one of those two things is going to happen at some point. But they're guaranteed that a third of their Big Ten games are going to be against the same three teams.
It's amazing. I don't know how they let them get away with that.
I mean, I understand they all make sense from a rivalry standpoint. And
it's not that they're guaranteed to win them. It's just that they have them and they're allowed to kind of play the same style and live in their own world. It's comforting, right?
It is. And I think if there's any program that is going to buck the trend of having to change because everything else is changing around them, it's the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Definitely. They will never change.
I mean, they won't change until Ferentz is gone.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, everything's up in the air. People forget Iowa used to have,
they had some really exciting offenses.
For its time. Yeah, before Ferentz got really old, they were pretty good. And then even there was some, he had Chuck Long, almost won the Heisman Trophy.
Drew Tate was pretty awesome. That guy ruled.
But yeah, they as long as Ferentz is still coaching, Iowa's going to Iowa. And
go Hawks.
I mean, good for them. I saw some people picking them to make the playoffs.
But the thing is, exactly, they can get away with it
yes.
because of their schedule. Like if you sub out one of Nebraska or Minnesota or Wisconsin for Oregon,
it changes.
You cannot get away with it anymore.
No.
You can't. They do play Ohio State on the road this year. So people are like, we don't have an easy schedule. They play Ohio State on the road. Yes. I mean, you're going to get varying degrees of ease on the schedule.
Yeah.
But the point is they're able to control it by the fact that, like you said, a third of their games are against teams that they have chosen as their rivals. It's interesting.
And that's obviously you can have a lot of muscle memory when it comes to scouting and, just kind of comparing yourself to them. I mean, there can be an advantage there. Now, if one of those three teams, and of course around here people would hope it'd be Nebraska, breaks out of that pack and becomes something greater than that.
Nebraska, you're talking about Nebraska, yeah. Iowa, Wisconsin?
Yeah. Then it becomes a little more difficult. But
yes,
as long as those programs continue to kind of do what those programs do and Iowa continues to do what they do, then what's going to change? So
to play it the other way then, does it benefit Nebraska to not do it the Iowa way? Because they get to break free. I mean, it's been a bad 10 years in the Big Ten West, and they have not. I mean, anyone would tell you that Nebraska has not been up to whatever standard that they have set for themselves. But of course, they've had a difficult time playing the Big Ten West style of football.
Right.
They've had a really, really hard time doing that. So maybe while it can be advantageous for Iowa to stay as Big Ten Westy as they can, it might be advantageous also for Nebraska to not, to get out of that bubble a little bit and experience all of the different styles that the Big Ten, I guess, has to offer. Maybe it's a big picture question and the games still only take place over a 1-game scenario, but
right.
Maybe it does, because Nebraska's had some experience winning in not the Big Ten West.
I would tend to think with such a big league and you're now technically competing against everybody versus just the peers in your division, that it probably is to your advantage to see more variety.
I think so too.
Because you get a chance to kind of experience everything. Granted, not all at once, and not certainly, you have to wait over the course of 2 or 3 or 4 years before you actually see everybody else. But the opportunity that you have to do that and do it more often, I would think would be to your advantage.
And you'll have
but that's the beauty, I guess, if you want to call it that, of this new world is it's something unlike we've ever seen before. Back in the day when there were no divisions, conferences were also small enough to where everybody saw everybody, with the exception of the Big Ten, because there was always one team that you never saw every year because they played 8 conference games and there were 10 teams, 9 different opponents. But for the most part, you saw everybody every year. In the Big 8, you saw everybody every year. In the Big, in the SEC, basically same thing. Now, then we went to divisions. Well, you definitely saw your division rivals.
Mm-hmm.
And in the case of the Big 12, you alternated every 2 years, seeing all the other teams from the South Division. So it was a nice, even pattern. Now, everything's off the table. This is the most different it has ever been.
Aside from one game for everybody, unless you're Iowa, unless you have 3.
Right, or you're Penn State and you have none.
0, correct.
But now it's all different, and you're comparing yourself to everybody else.
To everyone, right.
And this is the most different it has ever been. And then you compound that with it's a 12-team playoff, and you're trying to compare yourself not only to other teams in your league, but other schools of like-minded records in other conferences. It's gonna be a real crapshoot, which is why it's funny to me that we're basically going to get one of these playoffs before the powers that be determine. Well, or determine whatever that formula is. It could be 16. They could stick with 12, but they're only going to get 1 year to do it this way before they make the next decision.
There will be an overreaction, certainly, to what happens.
I agree.
Which is, I was thinking about while you were saying that, the idea of like.
By the way, before you go to break,
is there a fight?
Juan Soto just hit a home run, and look how slow he is running the bases.
Somebody's getting one in the back, right?
Juan Soto hit a tank too. I think it was a third deck shot, and
the handshakes and the
yeah.
But the backstory,
he took his own sweet time.
So the backstory on this is that the Rays guy who's responsible for the one Rays run today, Jose Siri, he took his time plus some getting around and did a whole bunch. Now they're showing him on the broadcast. They're like, yeah, I want to hit that guy really bad. And so this is what happens in baseball. Guys take their time, and then another guy takes their time, and then eventually somebody gets hit. And then the bench is clear, and they all stare at each other for a while, but nothing actually happens. We have to be on extreme high fight alert here in Yankee Stadium.
You would think, but maybe that just canceled out the other one, and it's possible that the
tension,
the unwritten rules of baseball have a new unwritten rule. If one of your guys
slow trot for slow trot,
exactly,
instead of eye for eye,
you trot for trot.
It's an eye for an eye, but it's not. No one's getting punched in the face, or there's not going to be a benches clearing incident that takes 20 minutes to adjudicate.
All it takes is one guy to take some exception to what happened, and
that is true.
I would imagine that's. We'll see. It's 6-1. Anyway, I was thinking about the idea. I guess we don't have to talk about. That's kind of a serious football question, but I was thinking about
that's okay. Some people actually appreciate the serious crossovers.
Do you?
Some people like sports crossovers.
What do they?
Sometimes we get calls from people all the time. Hey, I thought this was a sports station.
This was a sport. We're giving those people their bone today.
Yeah.
Okay.
A, they don't have to hear Josh brag about how right he was, and B, they get a serious sports crossover.
He was very right, though.
Get into it, Happer. Dig in.
Yeah.
Dig into this serious stake.
I don't know. There's nothing stupid you guys want to talk about right now?
I transferred in CFB 25.
Okay, so pass.
Wait,
pass. Just pat. Don't ask a follow-up.
I entered the transfer portal.
Pass on that one.
You can pass.
Oh, okay. All right.
By the way, somebody did comment before, and they said, please turn Nick's mic off during any baseball discussion. Unfortunately, he has the controls. We cannot mute him.
Also, I can talk real baseball stuff once in a while. Sometimes I can get stupid. We can all get stupid sometimes.
Did he say something that bad of baseball?
He was wondering if John would help the White Sox.
Oh,
I didn't say John specifically. I just said just
an average guy.
Just an average Joe.
I appreciate that I'm still average at my advanced age.
But
okay, fine. Football. I was
Do it.
thinking about while you were talking about that, like first impressions. Since a lot's changing going into this year,
Mm-hmm.
and this year sort of lives on its own, right? I
Yep.
mean, there's 12 teams this year. There might not be 12 teams after this year. We'll see how it all. But people are going to have reactions to whatever happens in this season, and so I wonder how important it is for programs that aren't expected to make the college football playoff and do come from the Big Ten West kind of like lineage. Wisconsin, Iowa, Minnesota, Nebraska certainly are really good examples of that, to step up and make something of themselves this year. And kind of that defines who you are going into whatever next version of the playoff there is. Not that one year means that you are what you are going forward, but I just wonder, like, how much of that will, you'll look at that next year and say, man, they won. If Iowa wins 8 games this year and they're only that 8-win team going forward, man, that transition was a tough one for them. That's what they are. If Nebraska jumps up and wins 9 this year, wow, it's a huge jump. What are they going to be going forward? I don't know. Just a thought. I was thinking about like first, and then the first impressions, obviously, for the West Coast teams as well. How are they going to be able to adjust to the league? And people make overreactions based on what happens.
Oh, they most certainly will. They most certainly will. But I think if there's one thing that we have to at least partially come to grips with, is that with everything that changes so quickly, you got to be careful not to overreact to 1 year.
I totally agree.
You can jump into the transfer portal and you can immediately change the face of your franchise. You can fire and hire another coach, immediately change the face of the franchise. Your schedule, it goes from being ultra hard 1 year to easy the next year. That can change the face of a program. It's just, there's always going to be the stagnant, the ones that, continue to just are big, ugly winning machines.
But
like
you
Georgia
also have to
and Ohio State.
But then the programs individually have to decide, and this is what Sam was talking about, the programs individually have to decide what they want to be.
Right.
And so how they want to compete in the world of the college football playoff. It's not like, it's less, I'm less talking about perception and more of like, okay, what did we learn about Nebraska this year as it pertains to the playoff and their ability to compete in it? They feel like with another year, they could be in it, or they could potentially, go in it and win a game or something like that.
I think,
because Iowa, I don't think will think that way. Iowa will be like, we're, maybe if we make the playoff, that'd be cool, but we'll take our 9.
Well, I was going to look at this kind of similar to, how they always have.
Agreed.
They're going to get to their 8 and their 9 wins, and maybe every once in a while it might be 10, it might be 11, and they sneak into the playoff. But the playoff now, in my opinion, has become the new benchmark.
Yeah, definitely.
The playoff is the new benchmark. You could get away with, hey, we won the West Division. That was something. That was a trophy, and that was a benchmark. Well, you've lost that. But now, and I don't even know if you can use bowls as a benchmark anymore. I think it can be a kind of a temporary halfway house, like this year. If Nebraska gets to a bowl game, that's an accomplishment because they hadn't been to one in 7 years.
Yeah.
But big picture wise, the benchmark is now the playoff. Just making a bowl game is not going to be good enough for a lot of people.
Definitely.
It's going to be about making the playoff. If you are a Power 4 team, your benchmark is now the playoff. And there's going to be, and it's going to depend on the program. Like if you're Georgia, you're expected to make it
That's
every
what I
year.
was going to say. Like you have to decide too.
But even for the lower tier programs, there's going to be we need you to make it once every X number of years, right? And I think that's going to be the new benchmark. And that can be exciting. And that's why I also think, I don't know if this 12-team thing is going to last. I think the 12-team thing is going to be this year and next year as they wrap up this contract. And I think it's going to be 16 in 2 years.
I agree.
And I think that the SEC and the Big Ten are going to get their wish and get their locked-in spots, which is going to suck to high heaven.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's why they laid that out there last year and said, this is what we'd really like to do. And they kind of backed off of it. But it's going to be a whole lot easier
because
now.
they were shamed. They were laughed out of the room. They were like, you can't say that.
But But now that it's out there, it becomes less ridiculous every time you propose it.
Oh, yeah.
And, who knows how this year's going to go and how people are going to overreact to it. But I truly think that's what it's going to be, because you're going to get a lot of programs like, Northwestern, like Purdue, like Wake Forest, like, Syracuse, assuming that the ACC still has a seat at the table in 2 years, that are going to say, hey, wait a minute. We need our opportunity. And if our conference isn't guaranteed so many spots, we may never get in, right? And I think that argument's going to be made where if you go to 16, then the Big Ten and the SEC can say, well, we're definitely getting 4 apiece. And the ACC could say, well, we're getting our 2 or our 3, and the same with the Big 12.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, all the at-large bids. I really think that's where it's going to end up going.
Yeah, it's going to be about accessibility for sure.
And that's going to suck, because then that's going to really, it's going to defeat the purpose.
This is what we're talking about, though. It changes the chemistry of the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
It alters the chemistry of definitely conference championship games, which, unless
I really want. If there's one thing I want out of this year, a lot of people have gone on about how, this is going to be the greatest year since 2007. Blah, blah, blah. I'm hoping for the same thing, but I'm hoping for it for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
I'm hoping there is chaos. I'm hoping that these weird, stupid tiebreakers do have to be used and that there's controversy. I'm hoping that the loser of a conference championship game does get hosed. I want to see maximum chaos to just show the powers that be how ridiculous they have been in not thinking any of this stuff through and just kind of, just licking their finger and sticking it up in the wind and go, oh, now this is what we got to do.
Well, the thing, they're making it up. It's all just made up.
They're making up as they go along.
Exactly. And we're making up conferences now, and we're making up playoffs based on the fake conferences that we've made up. I don't know, man. It'll be really weird. But I had this segment a couple weeks ago where I was like, I really thought about it one night, and I sat there. I'm like, gosh, you know what? I'm really excited. I know John hates college football now, by the way, but I sat there and I was like, and I'm kind of excited. This is fresh and new. I think, we've now lived in the NIL thing for a couple of years. We lived in the transfer portal thing for a couple of years. It's stabilized out that way. We have a new, fresh, exciting playoff. We have these new teams in these new conferences. I'm excited for what it might look like. What I'm not excited for is what you just explained, is the overreaction to everything that's going to happen after this first year, and to do it all again in 2 years. I want it to, I've come to grips with the idea that it has changed.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just leave it now.
Yeah.
Let's just leave it now. And that's not happening because now, school's got to make decisions on how much money they're going to give to athletes, and some people are going to be like, no, thank you. And that'll mix up the whole deal again. But I feel like I've come to grips with the entire deal. Let's just sit on it for a couple of years
and just see if we like it.
See what happens. But that won't happen.
No, not at all, because everything continues to change, and the money is the biggest part of it.
And so, when it keeps happening that way, we're just going to have more stuff to complain about. And that's why people are like, I don't know what to do with this anymore.
I just wonder because let's face it, college football has always been built on the back of being able to complain about something.
Yes. Love complaining.
And most of it had to do with how the national champion was decided. But, there's been other things too, but mainly it's been about how the champion's been decided. We've always had something to complain about, but we've always managed to get past it. I keep wondering at where does the point of where do we reach the point of diminishing returns, where the constant change and
we get what we want too much,
and people actually start to really push back.
Yeah, because
there is that point. You can't just sit back and say, "Well,
I'll tell you what,
it's football and everyone's going to love it." No, there's always a point. Now it may be a point further down the road than with a lot of other sports, but there is a point where people will push back enough to say, man, I have had it with this stuff.
I know where the big red button is. It's just if they're going to press it or not.
Big red button.
And it's when This thing reaches the point of no return. Maybe to some of you it already has, but it's when Ohio State looks at Rutgers and they say, or they look at Maryland and they say, why are we making the same television money from the conference that they are? Why don't we get more? What? And that's the big red button. Whenever that gets pressed and that changes and they get more distribution than the other schools in whatever league they're in, that's when we get sideways, because teams just start you're essentially killing, universities and programs and stuff like that when you go that way. So that's where it sits to me. And I don't there would be that would change everything forever. That would be the point of diminishing returns for sure. There would be no adjusting to that.
That's been my theory, because one of my biggest oppositions to having all this realignment and potentially contraction is the fans of those schools that get left out are no longer going to be major college football.
No, they're just gone. Yeah.
Because they don't have skin in the game.
Yep.
Yes, there are, but it's a very small percentage in my opinion. There is a very small percentage of folks who just like to watch the game and they don't really have a team. But that's the abnormality. The common is you've got a team. It's something that draws you in. And if all of a sudden you're left on the outside, and I keep picking on Iowa State, but if I'm an Iowa State fan,
sure,
and all of a sudden I'm no longer part of big boy college football, what's going to compel me to watch Georgia and Alabama?
Not a single thing. You're not in the same league.
You're not in the same league. It's you're watching an entirely different sport.
Yeah.
Than the one that your team is playing.
And you're not going to find a different team. You live where you live. You've been an Iowa State fan your entire life. You're still going to root for Iowa State. You're just going to be a part of whatever league they're in. You're not a college football fan anymore.
I tend to agree with you, and I hope that you are right, because that's the nuclear option that I'm trying to avoid.
That's big red button. That's where the big red button is. We have to prevent anyone from opening the case to that big red button for as long as time exists.
Are there keys you have to sync up?
I think so, yeah.
Where two guys put in the key and have to turn them at the same time?
Or maybe I'm thinking a fire extinguisher door, or something like that. You got to open it up and there's an alarm when the door opens up. Are you sure you want to do this?
Break glass in case of emergency?
Yeah, don't break that glass.
Don't touch the glass.
Do not break the glass. Do not pull the fire alarm.
That was a good serious crossover, guys. Good job.
Crappy boo year.
You either could have done that topic, or you could have listened to my experience playing CFB 25 over this last weekend, and you chose that.
Did we make the right choice, John?
I think so.
That's up to you.
Okay, what'd you do?
Huh?
What'd you do?
We don't have time.
Just
we have to go to
very
break.
fast. Do the fast version of it.
I became the wide receiver for NIU, and then I transferred to Kansas, not realizing that they only went 10-2 2-10 the previous year. But I wanted to be their starter receiver.
So you now are on crappy Kansas?
Yes, after I went to the
when you play the game, you're only playing the game as the wide receiver?
No, this is the way Nick plays the game because he's a tiny baby boy.
It's just a specific game mode.
Well, yeah, but if this is your guy...
I wanted to be a wide receiver, so I chose
No, I know,
receiver.
but then wouldn't you then also, when you go into actual game play, you would just be the wide receiver?
Yes.
That's correct, John. That's why he's a baby.
That sounds terrible.
Yes.
Because you're not controlling where the ball goes.
He's not actually playing any of the game at all.
It's for sure extremely annoying.
Except for himself, wide receiver.
Oh, so the games are simulated.
I mean, the rest of the game around him, he is only alive when the ball comes to him.
Yes.
That sounds awful.
Sometimes the ball doesn't
sounds horrible.
Unless you're the quarterback, because at least there you get to determine where the ball goes.
Correct, John.
And that's part of the reason I left NIU is because they just kept making me a blocking receiver. I want to catch the ball, damn it. Give me the ball.
Or you could just play the whole game. It'd be really cool.
I have, there's steps I'm taking. So I'm doing this, and then I'm going to start a dynasty. Okay. And then my coach that I start in the dynasty is going to be the same person that was the wide receiver at NIU. There's lore there.
Okay.
It's keeping me invested.
Lore.
There's lore. Or as some people would call
a story.
Nick's story.
Yes.
Josh Odson with the wrench says they chose right, but it's still crappy boo year.
Yeah.
Sad.
Yeah.
No, you chose right.
That's
for sure.
fine. We can't,
I would like them to all be winners, though.
Well,
they
yeah,
always say they
we
can't all be
would.
winners, but I would like them all to be winners.
Yeah.
What is it about Josh's presence here? And we always talk about not sports stuff when he's here.
I don't know.
Because Josh is not of sports.
But then we always end up talking about sports when it's me and you.
I know.
Do we need to find a more common bond? Do we need to break bread together, John?
Well, we've got plenty of common bond. We could have talked about gas mowing. I got a gas mowing. I didn't think I was going to get a gas mow in this week.
We could have talked about gas.
Could have talked gas mow.
I'm planting some grass in the front yard right now.
Oh, what kind?
I don't know. I just bought some grass.
It's weird that you don't know the grass that you're planting.
From this, I assume it's
most of it's bluegrass.
Kentucky bluegrass. Yeah. But
Bluegrass,
I took out these bushes in my yard. Now I'm putting the grass over where the bushes were.
Nice.
It's not coming up as the way I want it to right now.
Oh, then
well, this time of year, it's not easy to plant grass.
Yeah.
The best time is
keep
early
it watered,
spring,
baby. Yeah.
early fall.
It's got to be nice and moist.
You waited too late
moist
or
and cool.
too early. Did it too early?
Too early or way too late. Yeah.
Well, give it another, month and a half.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're going to...
Early to mid-September, good time to plant grass.
Yep, I'm keeping it watered. That's what I'm doing.
There you go.
We could have talked about that for 20 minutes. We didn't. We talked about
football.
We
didn't. Instead, we talked about boring-ass football. And all of you want this sport to come back.
The sport that John canceled.
After a crappy Boo Year crossover. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's pretty sad.
All right.
Okay.
Well, guess what? More crappy football coming up.
Oh, you guys will talk about dumb stuff, right?
Yeah, we got dumb
You guys will
stuff
talk about President B. Plenty, right?
It's kind of a mean thing to say. It's not dumb. It's just...
No, just dumb topics. Topics
slow.
that could go anywhere. Yeah.
Some topic alerts.
Alerts. All right.
Bye.
That's Connor. We'll be back. Grum starts now, 1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Yes, indeed. It's a brand new week, and boy, oh boy, whoever thought we needed to get to Monday to start relaxing again?
What a time to be alive.
I thought college football was screwed up.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
It is a Grum Day Monday here on the
Oh,
program.
I like that. Grum Day Monday.
Grum Day Monday. John and Nick with you. Josh is taking today off. He just needed time to complete his victory lap for being right. You know, blind squirrel finds a nut, the broken clock's right.
Mm-hmm.
Et cetera, et cetera.
I think the Grumball is now 90.2% correct.
I don't trust any of your guys' math on this.
No?
I just know that it lied to me about Dylan Raiola. That's all I know.
It was technically right twice about Dylan Raiola.
It was wrong both times.
He did go to
Welcome.
Florida.
Welcome to a new week. Brought to you by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people. Oh, and it is also Big Ten Media Days Eve. Big Ten Media Days Eve. Nebraska doesn't go until Wednesday. So tomorrow, it'll be, Ohio State and others. Then Nebraska gets to go. And then it finally ends on Thursday. Still 1 day shorter than the SEC, which means, of course, it just means more to them.
It does just mean more, John.
We will talk Big Ten with Scott Doerman of The Athletic. He'll be coming up here in just a few minutes. And then I've got a question for you. What do you want? What do you expect from the Big Ten now that it has entered this new era? What do you want and what do you expect from the Big Ten as we enter this new era? The SEC wants to dedicate at least $15 of the $22 million for football. What does that mean for the rest of the world? I'm going to introduce you to somebody today on the program called Throw the Ball Guy.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm. Just confirmed for the Grum today, because both Mitch Sherman and Jack Mitchell are taking time off. Tom Chatel, the Omaha World Herald, will join us. He had an interesting column today about our question about what do you want, what do you expect from the Big Ten Conference?
Good get, me.
Good get you. Shohei Ohtani, good Lord. Hit one of the furthest balls I've ever seen hit in Dodger Stadium.
Yes, the GOAT, John. Some would say the best living baseball player in the game.
He's definitely had a hell of a year as a hitter, that is for sure. And for all of you who have been wondering, when's football going to come back? Because you guys never talk about it.
Never.
Well, we've hit one of those benchmarks, friends, because 25 teams and 25 Grums is back. And
Folks,
today we start with a great leadoff hitter, the UTEP Miners.
Yeah.
Yes, we're going to look at Nebraska's opponents, but also national title contenders, Big Ten contenders, and more. 25 teams and 25 Grums. What do we have? All this week, it's all Nebraska opponents, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we basically knocked out the first month of Nebraska opponents for 25 teams. And then we'll start to mix things up a little bit as we get closer to the season.
But this means that Friday, John, Friday's a special day. You know who we're previewing on Friday, John?
No.
Colorado.
Coach Prime. Nice. 402-951-1620, 42 degrees the source by your mom's house. JTech Instruction Zone Twitter page, where a couple of my questions that I posed today. What do you want? What do you expect out of the Big Ten? And other topics of note. Head to our I did put up a poll question today, too, regarding Nebraska and where they are ranked in the preseason standings. We had not one but two preseason polls, neither of which officially endorsed by the Big Ten Conference. Weird. I mean, you got one job to do this time of year, Big Ten, and that's to promote your product.
They're busy.
Yeah, they're really busy. I don't know what they're busy doing, but I'll tell you what they're not busy doing is, promoting their own product. But where you think Nebraska should have been ranked, you can vote on that. JTech Instruction Zone Twitter page at USC1620. You can also email the Grum, John at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com. It's the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. So this weekend, like I said, we usually have our weekends to relax, but this was anything but that. The last 2 weekends have been that way because of the big news. Also because I spent a good chunk of this week painting.
Painting?
Yeah, not fun.
John.
I'm not a fan.
Like
the house. No,
you were
not painting pretty pictures. I'm not putting in a happy little tree.
I didn't know if you were getting a little Bob Ross.
Happy little tree in our happy little world. No. It was painting the inside of the house.
Oh, what color?
Mostly white, but then we have accent walls in blue.
Oh, that's fun.
It definitely has changed the look of the house, though I don't think it's going to sink in. Well, we're not totally done. We still have the kitchen to do, but that'll get hammered out next week. But most of it, like 75% of the job is done. And it definitely looks different, but it's one of those things where I won't notice until all the stuff is back up on the walls and everything is back where it once was.
Did you have a bunch of crap to take down?
Oh, of course. Yeah. We had pictures, had to fill in the holes with the patching and a lot of taping. Oh, a lot of taping.
See, so the painting itself isn't necessarily the worst part. It's the prep, right?
Absolutely.
Because I find painting relaxing.
The prep and the cleanup are the worst parts of the painting.
Absolutely.
That, and when you are cocky enough to think that you can edge properly without putting paint where you don't want it to go, and then it doesn't go that way.
You're not good at edging?
No, not particularly. I had a couple of issues yesterday, but it's okay. It's all taken care of. I dealt with it, but we got that done. So the big news, I didn't find, my son came up the stairs and told me.
Oh.
Because I was tuned out of the world for those hours we were painting. I was tuned out of the world. We didn't have any radio going or TV or anything. It was just the sound of paint brushes and rollers going up against walls and ladders getting moved. That was it.
No music?
No, I just realized that we didn't.
That's weird.
Yeah, usually when we do stuff like that, we would, but I guess we just never went. We just got our work done.
Wild.
But yeah, that's how I found out the big news.
I was on my way to go somewhere. I think sushi. I was on my way to go get sushi with my girlfriend and a couple of her friends, and I just checked my phone right when we're leaving, and that's what I see right away. I'm like, okay.
How about that?
Well, first, I saw it on Twitter, and then I tried to verify it, and I didn't see it, and then finally 2 minutes after I saw it on Twitter.
Yeah.
From a college football account, of all places. I saw it first.
How we find our information these days. It's truly... So we've had two major stories. Then the first one I find out from, my wife's friend, and the other from my son, who happened to be walking up the stairs and said, Biden got out of the race. I said, what do you mean by that? That he got out of the race. You mean he's done? Yeah, he's done.
He's just done.
He's done. I said, oh. And then I went about my painting.
Without music, like a weirdo.
Yeah, I don't know why. It was interesting, though, because the wife, after we got everything done, turned on the news and, listened to the chit chats and the talking heads and all that other stuff. It is kind of fun to watch.
Talking heads is music.
It is kind of fun to watch everyone spinning themselves into circles over this. This is where I get my enjoyment because famously, as you all know, I haven't really picked a side. My side has disappointed me. I can't stand the other side. And so I just sit back and I just rub my hands together like Mr. Burns and want chaos.
Excellent.
And that's what we're getting. But it was fun to listen to everyone kind of spinning their way into, oh, now everyone's energized, or, oh, this is the candidate we wanted all along, so we could beat her, blah, blah, blah. Like, whatever.
I'm just tired of living in a period of time where historical things keep happening. I just want a few years where there's nothing. That's all. Like, yeah, I know there's always going to be
that's kind
things.
of the point of, I mean, there's always going to be things happening.
No, but like unprecedented things, you know?
Well, of all the unprecedented things that could happen, this is probably the best, or not the best, but this is the least. I mean, unprecedented things like really bad events where many people die.
True.
This is better than that. Nobody died yesterday because of this that I know of.
That's true. That I know of.
This is better than the alternative. You know, because usually this type of news, you know, earth-shattering stuff, even like last week, someone died and someone famous almost died.
Mm-hmm.
You know, at least with this, it was just like, and it wasn't, even if you thought that he wasn't going to get out of the race, it wasn't shocking. I don't think anyone's surprised.
Oh,
by this.
no, not at all. Like, I know we keep joking about Josh being right. I figured it was going to happen. I just didn't think it was going to be this weekend, you know? But I guess they're kind of running out of time for him to have done that.
I mean, some have argued they ran out of time.
Mm-hmm.
They just went ahead and did it anyway. Oh, well, I just want to, do we get another debate? Are we going to get a debate? Are we going to debate? I want a debate.
The debate could be fun.
Oh, it'll be a lot of fun. Because she'll be cackling like crazy and he's going to be coming up with all of these terms and things and people are going to lose their minds. And it's, again, I'm in it for the chaos.
I hope there's another fly. Remember that last debate that Kamala and Mike Pence did, and there was just that fly kind of moving
circling
all over Pence?
around.
Yeah. I just want the fly to come back.
I don't think the fly wants to come back. I really don't. But either way, I'm happy for those of you who are happy, and I want a brokered convention. That's what I want.
With the super delegates?
Oh yeah. I want to see like roll calls, and I want to see vote totals. I basically want to see, you know, the Fox box up on the screen showing all the totals, and there's an actual convention instead of just a bunch of dumbass speeches.
We want the convention score bug.
I do. I want the convention score bug. We probably won't get it, but that's what I want.
It'll look better than ESPN's.
Coming up next, we're going to talk to Scott Doerman of The Athletic. As Big Ten Media Days begin tomorrow, we'll look big picture at the conference and get Scott's thoughts next here on Sportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone. Happy Monday.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. With Ramp, you get full visibility into your company's spending and control who spends what with each vendor. Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts instantly to save your team valuable time. Ramp automates data entry and routine tasks with automated approvals, expense categorization and bill payments, time-consuming tasks, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. Get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
We're excited to announce the grand opening of Saul's Jewelry & Loan's new downtown location. It's a Saul's shopping experience like you've never seen in this beautiful, historic location. And of course, we brought in tons of new inventory, amazing jewelry finds at our famous best-in-town prices, motorcycles, tools, bikes, guitars. And as always, get a cash on-the-spot loan from $10,000 to $50,000. Everything you've come to expect from Saul's in our new location. 22nd and Hardy, downtown Omaha, Saul's Jewelry & Loan.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Tomorrow, the event begins at Lucas Oil Stadium as the Big Ten Conference teams have now gotten so large in number that they've had to expand to 3 days. 6 tomorrow, 6 on Wednesday, and 6 on Thursday. Scott Doerman of The Athletic, who covers the Iowa Hawkeyes and the Big Ten Conference, joins us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Scott, is this the pinnacle? We have reached a 3-day Big Ten Media Days.
Sure, I'm thrilled about it. It's simply because you get more access to each different team. I mean, if we're looking at 9-9, then I think it'd be very difficult to cover it and do my job. But 3 days in Indianapolis is after doing 6 days with the combine in February. I think that's quite enough.
Yeah, I can understand your feeling exactly. So last week it was Greg Sankey's turn, and he, of course, used his opportunity to promote the SEC, to talk about all the big picture issues in college football. This week, Tony Patini gets his chance, and even though SEC added Texas and Oklahoma finally, there's no league that has gone through as much radical change, save for the Pac-12, which no longer exists, than the Big Ten. What kind of a tone do you expect Patiti to take this week? And what do you think might be his pet issues that he might want to hit on this week?
In some ways, I think he can take a victory lap. I mean, last year was a lot of change. As we saw, in just a couple of days afterwards, you got Washington and Oregon. There was a lot of questions about kind of the solvency of the sport and college athletics then. Now he can kind of look and say, take a glance at our league. We're 18 teams deep. We've got really good programs. I mean, last year you have the defending champions and you have the defending runners up in the same conference now. And So plus an Oregon and Ohio State, two teams that weren't in the Final Four that could be in the Final Two. If you were to talk about preseason polls going ahead, so I think he's got a chance to kind of pat himself on the back and boost the league. That the Big Ten is the premier conference or one of the two premier conferences in college football, and so I would expect him to be very confident in how he presents the league to everyone. Now, as far as issues go, I think they're the same issues that we talked about in the spring. The house case is very important for these schools as to what's going to happen next and how they distribute not only funds but also scholarships. And I think that's going to be, but that's more of an individual school base. But I think the Big Ten will provide a lot of the foundational support to ensure that it has a robust conference moving forward.
Scott, what should we expect from the Big Ten? I mean, they've added these 4 programs. A couple of them come with more one. Oregon comes with a lot of recent pedigree, and USC, of course, has a lot of historic pedigree, not to mention what Washington has done getting to the championship last year. So they've added good programs, yet the SEC continues to run the roost in terms of being the best conference. Should we expect more now out of this league now that they have got the largest numbers they've ever had?
It's interesting because the SEC is the premier conference when it comes to, certainly recent history and overall just having championships and other types of, celebrations to go along with it. But I think the Big Ten has to look at itself as we need to try to strive to have 4 teams in the playoff every year to be able to get at least one into the Final Four and, win the championship every 2, 3, 4 years. I think that's fair because the SEC is going to be very competitive in that. And I don't know that the Big Ten can match that. It's close, but I don't know that year in and year out, you're going to have Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, USC, and anybody else be able to win, say, every other year. It's just the SEC's got a lot of great teams too. But I do think from the Big Ten's perspective, it's about, getting 3 to 4 teams in the playoff every year, getting at least one team in the Final Four, and every couple of years or so winning it or getting close to winning it.
Scott Doerman of The Athletic joining us on the 42 Degrees, The Source Hotline. The Big Ten, really all of college football, has made life, for the most part, hell for newbies to the league. Nebraska had to go through its initiation process. Some have argued that initiation process is still ongoing. So on that note, is there a part of you, when you look at Oregon this year, that almost wants to dock them a little bit based on what history has told us about newcomers coming to these Power 5 leagues?
I think you look at their schedule and it's challenging but manageable, and part of it's going to be that Washington is going to fall off. There's just no other way around it. But they're playing both Ohio State and Michigan. They're going to Camp Randall, in the middle of November. They've got some challenges there. But I think also all 4 do. The one difference that we're talking about now versus before when Nebraska joined and then Rutgers and Maryland is that it's not divisional play, and they really tried to avoid making seasons inequitable for everybody. And now that you're 18 deep, you can't really penalize a team. Well, not penalize. You can't really subject a team to go through the gauntlet that I know Nebraska did its first year, especially, and go through just different aspects. It's a little bit more equitable, but I would say Oregon does have some challenges ahead of it. Like I said, going to Michigan and Wisconsin in November, playing host to Ohio State. It will have to play Washington, its big rival, but that's still there. But overall, I would expect it to be a very entertaining year, maybe as entertaining as we've ever seen.
Scott, Oregon's got the transfer quarterback. Dylan Gabriel was named the preseason conference offensive player of the year in both of the different surveys that were taken. But with him at Oregon, with Will Howard at Ohio State, you've got Michigan, the defending champs. They're replacing a quarterback. But Penn State still has Drew Aller. And in a year where it seems like there's not a lot of incumbency coming back at the quarterback position in this league, should we be looking at the Nittany Lions. Do you think they might be a bit of a sleeper? I know they're picked high, but I don't see a lot of them picking them to win the title.
Yeah, I had them actually going to the championship game and losing to Ohio State in one of those polls. And then part of that is what you just said. I mean, I think Drew Aller was highly touted when he arrived at Penn State. He sat a year behind Sean Clifford. I thought he played really well for the most part. His first year as a starter last year, 25 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. They lost to Ohio State and Michigan during the regular season. And, you know, those two teams were just better than Penn State across the board. And I think, you know, Aller, you know, he struggled in those games, but I think overall you look at it as that's the price you pay against really good competition. Now he's a year better, year older, and then they have a really good 1-2 punch at running back. They struggle at wide receiver. They lost their best one to Auburn, Keandre Smith-Lambert. And then I think also, you know, just what they have on defense, Abdul Carter, it could be one of the best defenders in the country. So I think Penn State's, you know, right in I have them 2 in the league. And I think they've got a great opportunity. But as Penn State has not done in the past, they've got to go out and get it done. And Penn State's always seemed to have fallen short somehow, some way. And so we'll see if they're able to capitalize.
Scott Doerman joining us from The Athletic as we get ready for Big Ten Media Day starting tomorrow. How much is this league going to miss Jim Harbaugh?
Oh, man. I think you know, he made things interesting, and he obviously built Michigan into a contender after we all know that after the 2020 season, he had to take a pay cut because he was going to get fired otherwise. So he did things that were eccentric, and they produced the last 3 champions, the national champions last year. So I think that his face and his presence will be missed. But I think in some cases, you know, kind of like his stint with the 49ers, it kind of run its course. I think everybody was ready for him to take a different direction because he sucks up all the oxygen in the world everywhere he goes. And he certainly did that with the Wolverines.
You have picked Rutgers as your under-the-radar Big Ten team. Rutgers is one of those schools that does show up on Nebraska's schedule this year. Why is Rutgers that pick for you?
I like the way that they've been built. Last year, they legitimately got to a bowl game. They're a physical team, and Greg Schiano has really done everything that he wanted to do, which is be a developmental program, take those players who are from that part of the world and build them up into a tough physical team. And Kyle Monongai, as a running back, is one of the best in the country. He led the Big Ten last year. He's very underrated. I'm not sure how they're going to be at quarterback, but you also look at their schedule, and they miss like the top 5 teams in the league. And then, you know, in years past, they'd have to go through Penn State, Michigan, Ohio State, and then cross over and play Iowa or Wisconsin and get obliterated in all of those games, and then hope for a split somewhere to get to a bowl game. I don't think they have to do that this year. I think they're going to be in that 9-win territory. And I look at both Rutgers and Nebraska. Whoever wins that game is kind of being that team you could kind of go, and watching move through the course of the season as, you know, it's probably too much to expect playoff contention, but it certainly isn't shocking to put them in a position to win 9 or maybe even 10 games. So I think that's something that's why they have caught my eye.
Scott, I can't get away without asking you at least one Iowa question. So what shade of putrid will Iowa's offense be this year?
Well, it's not going to be puke orange, I suppose, like all the Nebraska friends in Texas, that shade of orange. I don't think it'll be that bad. I mean, it can't be worse. That's for sure. And I just can't. I mean, I would even want to imagine worse than what we saw last year. They have a decent offensive line with 155 career starts returning. And a lot of them were hurt last year. You know, their tight end, Luke Lachey, who's one of the best in the country, and frankly, one of the best at Iowa. He probably combines all the best skill sets of all those really good tight ends. You know, he broke his leg in week 3 last year. Otherwise, he'd be on an NFL camp right now. And Cade McNamara is returning from having, an ACL tear, and he's back doing everything full fledged. So overall, I think Iowa's capable of having an improved year. I'll stop short and say maybe even a decent year. I got to see it before I say anything beyond decent. So if they can get to decent, though, with this defense and this schedule, Iowa's going to be right there at the end, possibly challenging for a playoff spot.
Scott, a little bit later on, we're going to do some comparison as the ACC has promoted themselves as the league with the best non-conference schedule. And we have seen kind of a trend happening. We've had a number of series canceled, non-conference Power 5 or Power 4 versus Power 4 series canceled. Do you think this is in reaction to the near-term change in college sports, or is this going to be more of a trend moving forward where we may see less Power 4 versus Power 4 in the non-conference?
It really depends on what happens criteria-wise with the playoff. If teams are rewarded for playing tough non-conference games, even in losses, are they going to receive more credit for those games versus those that, skate by? I remember like a lot of years like Baylor would have nobodies in the non-conference and then go in and win 6 games and it'd be a great season because they're 9-3. Well, you didn't play anybody in the non-con. And I wonder, what that criteria is going to be with the playoff. I think that'll determine how people schedule. But, one thing the Big Ten has, and the Big 12 for that matter, have over the ACC and SEC is they play 9 league games. And almost every single team, I think but one, maybe 2 in the Big Ten plays at least 10 Power 5 opponents, Power 4 opponents.
Mm-hmm.
The ACC, it's about half. They'll play 8 conference games and then 1 non-conference game, and then they can, they're beating their chest like they're doing something, but half their teams are playing 3 nobodies. And so they're getting 3 wins, and then they're, celebrating the fact that they're going to go get pummeled by Ole Miss or something. It just doesn't make any sense to me that they would do that. I think the ACC is looking for any kind of acorn that it can pretend it can eat, and there's just really nothing there. I think it's a league that's on it's really struggling, and SEC can promote itself all at once. It's even though it has 8 conference games and a lot of times just 1 non-conference game of note, but when you win championships, that doesn't matter.
Scott, one final thing. I've made the argument because college football has always been a game of perception, right? When we picked the national title by simply voting, a perception certainly helped. My argument is that perception might mean more now than ever, because now instead of just picking a champion, which if you think about it was kind of easy to do because you just waited for everyone to lose, and then whoever was the last undefeated team standing usually ended up getting voted the champion. But today we're now counting playoff spots. The SEC and the Big Ten especially are going to be counting those playoff spots, and that the perception of the strength of a league based on the point you just made, 8 conference games versus 9 conference games, the perception of can the SEC continue to play 8, but because it's an SEC 8, that's greater than a Big Ten 9, that perception might mean more in a 12-team playoff era than it did before we even had a playoff.
Absolutely, and I'm really fascinated by how they're going to break this down, because the SEC can promote itself that way because it wins national titles. If it didn't, then all the eyes would be on, well, why are they only playing 8? Well, we play, gosh darn, these are tough games. Well, everybody's got tough games. But I think right now what you're talking about, and I think is really going to be fascinating to watch. In fact, this conversation I had with my editor earlier today is when you look at when we get to the mid-Novembers, and there are, say, we feel secure about, say, 8 playoff spots, barring some catastrophic upset. But there's 4 spots left, and maybe there are two or three Big Ten teams, there are 2 or 3 SEC teams, maybe an at-large from the Big 12 and ACC involved, maybe Notre Dame's involved. But everybody's going to be comparing resumes. And, perception's going to matter. I don't know how much it's going to matter when the committee takes a look at it. It's probably going to be important. But overall, who you play, when you play them, I look at like Iowa, for instance, and they play Iowa State, who actually has a really good chance of competing in the Big 12 this year. If Iowa State goes 10-2 and wins the Big 12 championship, and Iowa's 10-2 and beats Iowa State, then that's going to be so much better than if Iowa State goes 7-5. And I think that's really going to matter for everybody in the big picture. Just look at Nebraska, for instance. I mean, if Nebraska has a great season and beats Colorado, and Colorado is actually good, I think that's going to matter. And if not, then that perception is going to kind of weigh them down. But the SEC is first among equals. It's just until Big Ten knocks them off, that's just the way it's going to be.
Scott Doerman of The Athletic. Read his and all of his colleagues' fine coverage of all of this week's events and this season's events in the Big Ten Conference at theathletic.com. Scott, we appreciate it. Safe journey to Indianapolis, and appreciate the time this afternoon.
All right. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
That is Scott Doerman of The Athletic joining us on the 42 Degrees, the Source Hotline. I truly believe that perception is going to mean so much this year, because you now also have a clear delineation where, yes, the Big 12's going to try to, weasel its way in, and the ACC is going to try to shoehorn its way into the conversation, and the group of 5 schools, conferences are going to, try to make their case. But we're really down to 2 leagues now. And the 2 leagues that everyone's going to be following is the Big Ten and the SEC, and which team can get the most teams in the playoff, can make the strongest case that, hey, wait a minute, we play 9 games, they play 8. That should mean something to us, especially in an era now where less and less teams are playing against each other in non-conference. And again, we'll have some side-by-side comparison here a little bit later on to talk a little more about, non-conference scheduling. But in the wake of fewer good-on-good non-conference games, the perception of how good a league is now literally going to come from how well you can pitch your league. Because if we don't have a lot of data points saying, well, look, in head-to-head matchups, the SEC won 7 games and the Big Ten won 2. We're not going to have much of that. And so it's really going to come down to which league has the perception of being better. And right now, the SEC is banking on, hey, we've had 8 conference games forever, and we haven't needed a change. And if you look at all the results, we win the lion's share of the championships, so deal with it. And the Big Ten's going to say, well, hold on. A, we're the defending champs. We got the team that's the defending champ, and we played 9 games, and we just added 4 more schools, including a team that played for the national championship. We got both national championship teams in our league versus yours. And so I think that argument's going to be very fascinating if we get a lot of ties on all fronts, because we will. We're going to get, a couple of 10-win Big Ten teams and a couple of 10-win SEC teams. And it's going to come down to maybe one of those teams either doesn't get in or gets, pushed further back down the seed line. And all of that's going to be determined based on perception. So I think, in a weird way, and I know I have oft criticized college sports for screwing things up, but they may have backed their way in to I won't call it a perfect world, but certainly close to the best of both worlds, where you get to determine a champion on the field, which the old way of voting in a champion never did. And you still get the argument of perception and who is better, which has driven most of the conversation around this sport in season. That you actually can't have 2 things at the same time. And they may have backed their way into it, but we'll see. But I think that's how it's going to play out. Scott Doerman joining us today on the 42 Degrees The Source Hotline. Still to come, I'm going to introduce you to Throw the Ball Guy, but I want to get into what you are expecting from the Big Ten Conference, and we'll take a look at the Big Ten preseason polls. There's 2 of them. In the SEC, they just do 1.
I thought it meant more, John.
Well, but as we saw last week, a lot of people vote in it, including people that vote for Vanderbilt to win the league. The Big Ten has 2. We'll go to break now so Nick can enjoy this nice trailer of the Ronald Reagan movie that's coming out next month on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
They've only given me 30 seconds to talk about all the great things at Funplex, so here goes. Looking for an unforgettable all-in-one day of summer fun? Funplex has you covered. Nebraska's largest water park and rides is even better with the heart-pumping brand new spinning and tilting wipeout ride and special events for the whole family. We're your one-stop destination for non-stop excitement. Plus, there's private cabanas and plenty of spaces to unwind. Hey, you can even make a day of it. From thrilling rides and slides to relaxing sun and fun, there's something for everyone. There's just too much fun to talk about. Get your tickets now at fun-plex.com.
Raid wants to know, what would you do if you could confidently face every day knowing you and your loved ones are protected? Would you sing along to your favorite song at the top of your lungs? Turn off the GPS and let your heart do the guiding? Go to the drive-thru and order one of everything? Feel the buzz of confidence of knowing you are protected with 65 years of insect science in your hands. Raid. Protection for everyone.
Before we get to the Big Ten preseason polls, this just in from TNT Sports. They have put out a statement regarding today there being their deadline to match one of the NBA's 3 television offers as per the stipulations of their existing contract with the association. TNT has matched, according to Front Office Sports, the bid put in by Amazon Video. But what is interesting is how the statement is written. Also, should mention, I was going to save this for later in the Grum, but now that this has come out, Amazon agreed to pay off the first 3 years of its deal with the NBA with one lump sum payment. So in other words, they were going to give the NBA an advance on their money. And that was seen by some people in the television industry as being, ooh, that's a deal breaker. Because then technically, even if Turner can match the raw dollar amount, there's no way they can afford to pay nearly $6 billion in one fell swoop. Well, today, TNT announced that they have matched one of the offers, and Front Office Sports is saying it is the Amazon offer. And here's what their statement read. It said, "We're proud of how we've delivered for basketball fans, providing best-in-class coverage throughout our 4-decade partnership with the NBA. During both exclusive and non-exclusive negotiating periods, we acted in good faith to present strong bids that were fair to both parties. Regrettably, the league notified us of its intention to accept other offers for the games in our current rights package, leaving us to proceed under the matching rights provision, which is an integral part of our current agreement and the rights we have paid under it. We have reviewed the offers and matched one of them. This will allow fans to keep enjoying our unparalleled coverage, including the best live game productions in the industry and our iconic studio shows and talent, while building on our proven 40-year commitment for many more years. Our matching paperwork was submitted to the league today. We look forward to the NBA executing our new contract." So basically they're saying, well, we did our part. We matched the offer. The contract is ours.
There's no way Amazon can offer more. I think Amazon just has unlimited money that they can just offer for this.
Well, but the problem is the offer's in, right? They've placed the offer. The offer is in. It was accepted by the league. And now Turner is saying, well, we're using the matching rights provision. We matched those rights. They can't reopen it for more bids.
Okay.
So what's going to happen now is attorneys are going to get involved and there's going to be legal action.
Of course there is. There's always legal action. There's always attorneys.
Yes, there's always attorneys. That's how this constitutional republic was founded, on attorneys. So there you go. TNT's fighting for its right to party. So the inside the NBA is not dead yet.
Not yet.
So back to football and the conference preseason teams. There's now 2 of them. We've always had the Cleveland.com one, which has been around basically since Nebraska joined the league. The Big Ten decided, we're no longer going to do this, which is one of the strangest things ever. This has always been the tradition that the conference, it solicits its members, it solicits its media, or whoever they like, their coaches, whoever likes to vote on it, and they vote on preseason teams, and they vote on preseason predictions. And for some reason, the Big Ten decided, we're not going to do that. Apparently, they didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings. So now, Cleveland.com is taking it over, but so too has the web broadcast or Twitter handle Kings of the North.
Kings of the North.
Kings of the North.
King in the North.
Well, here was the Kings of the North preseason Big Ten football poll, which came out minutes before the Cleveland.com poll. As you will see, they're very, 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 very similar.
Mm-hmm.
Ohio State, number 1. Oregon, number 2. Penn State, number 3. Michigan, number 4. Iowa, number 5. Followed by USC at 6, Wisconsin at 7, Nebraska at 8, the Rutgers at 9, then the final 9, Washington, Maryland, Minnesota, UCLA, Illinois, Michigan State, Northwestern, Indiana, and
Purdue.
In the Cleveland.com poll, you'll notice that the top 10 are identical. Identical. And then 11 through 18, it gets scattered just a little bit, though Indiana and Purdue are both universal 11 or 17 and 18. But so it's basically spots 11 through 16 that are jumbled up a little bit. But those are the 2 preseason rankings. The folks at the Kings of the North, I believe they had, that's 33 different voters. I think they had 33 voters. 24 of the 33 picked Ohio State to beat Oregon in the inaugural No Divisions Conference Championship game. Oregon over Ohio State, 6 votes. Ohio State over Penn State, 2 votes. And Ohio State over Michigan, so a rematch, 1 vote. Those are the championship predictions. In the Offensive Player of the Year, Dylan Gabriel, Oregon quarterback, had 24 of the first place votes. He easily outdistanced 4 different Ohio State Buckeyes. There's a lot of originality here in this conference. Quidson Junkins, Emeka Ubeka, Will Howard, and Travion Henderson. And in the Defensive player of the year. Will Johnson, the cornerback at Michigan, got 9 first-place votes. Caleb Downs, Ohio State safety, got 4 first-place votes. That was in the Kings of the North preseason poll.
King in the North.
But going back to the actual team standings, I asked a question earlier today on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. If you were okay with this, with Nebraska's 8th place ranking, is it too high, too low, or just right? And 68%, we just missed. 68%.
Almost nice.
Say just right. And an identical, which is crazy because we had over 400 votes and we had the exact same number of votes for too high and too low.
Whoa.
Which equates to basically 16% each. That doesn't happen very often.
That's really weird.
So most everyone's kind of in a universal, hey, that's just about right.
Yeah, everyone's cool with 8.
Which is, I mean, honestly, when you put all of this together, I thought that, somewhere between 7, they were going to be somewhere between 7th and 10th.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere in that range, 7 and 10. And they basically split the difference. They're 8th.
It's interesting how on board with this everybody seems to be. Both the Kings of the North and who's the other guys?
Cleveland.com.
Cleveland.com. And
I wonder if there's media people that voted in both.
That's a good question.
Because we don't know. I mean, we don't know exactly. I'm assuming they're probably a little bit different, but you're right. I mean, there is a lot, and this happens a lot. I mean, there's a lot of follow the leader when it comes to these types of things, right? Everyone just, everyone kind of reads from the same preseason articles and they hear from the same folks, and we just kind of follow the leader when it comes to this. And at the end of the day, does this mean a whole lot? No, because it's just a preseason poll, but it does kind of set the bar for expectations.
It does.
And I guess some could argue that, well, we were expected to do this, but we really weren't that good to begin with, but now it seems like we've underachieved. And I suppose someone could argue it that way if they wanted to. But in something like this, where everyone seems to have pretty much the same opinion, and here's the other thing, it's hard to rank 18 teams. I mean, when we do preseason rankings or preseason power polls for the NFL, we're doing it by division.
Mm-hmm.
There's 18 teams.
Do you think, and I'm saying this knowing full well that Oregon's a great program, do you think they're ranked too high? Because it's their first season in. Do you think there has to be some adjustment?
That's been my argument. And by the way, we did our own preseason survey here. I think Nick Hanley's handling it for all of us here in the building. I think the boys in the morning will tally the votes and go over it later this week on their show from 6 to 10. But I know Oregon's good. I know that they've got a lot of momentum to build off from last year. It's hard for me seeing what I have seen. And I'm trying not to have too much PTSD in regards to Nebraska, who came in as preseason favorites back in 2011 and got blown out in their first Big Ten game and were playing catch up the rest of the way and didn't even make the conference championship game. But I've seen it happen everywhere else. And this is a different change for Oregon. They're leaving their comfort zone, the Pac-12 conference, for a league that is just built differently.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that an Oregon style can't win here, but there is an adjustment period. And so, honestly, I didn't have Oregon second in the survey I turned in for Nick, because I just feel like there's going to be an adjustment here that's going to be a little difficult to handle for Oregon. Now, I could end up being wrong, but a lot of people think that Oregon is going to be neck and neck with Ohio State.
It's going to a new school. It's like you're a teenager and you transfer to a new school where everything's different. It's gonna take you time to learn the nuances of that school that you're in. It's just that seems natural.
Yeah, I agree. I think a kid who gets great grades at his old school goes to a different school. Well, they teach the curriculum a little bit differently, or there's just something about the change that it takes time to adjust to.
Yes,
and this is going to be a pretty radical adjustment. Again, I think Oregon is a good football team, but there's a part of me that thinks if you think they're an 11-win team, I almost say you dock them a win, because there's going to be that period where it's just that unfamiliarity is going to be difficult. Now, I reserve the right to be wrong, but I don't think Oregon in year one is going to win or play for the Big Ten championship.
Growing pains happen. And I'm not saying that all of these new schools are going to be worse than Purdue, but having them in the top 10 feels a little too much to me too.
Yeah. So there you go. There's the preseason polls in the Big Ten Conference. Coming up next, maybe one avenue in which Nebraska could improve their standing is if they listen to the advice of Throw the Ball Guy. I'm going to introduce you to Throw the Ball Guy next on 1620 The Zone.
It's going to be another sizzling hot summer. Stay cool with 35% off new Champion windows. Don't burn your money on high energy bills. Get new energy efficient windows from Champion. 35% off. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. The more you buy, the more you save. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Plus, we're giving away the chance to win a $50,000 home makeover. Enter online today. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding. Now 35% off. Don't wait. This sale won't last long. 35% off windows, sunrooms, and siding. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. While discounts apply to our regular prices, select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
Tom Chatel's going to join us here in about 10 minutes or so. He had an interesting column today regarding the Big Ten Conference entering their new era and the dawn of, or eve of, Big Ten Media Days. So he'll join us here in just a few minutes. I did notice that in the list of top 10 or top, I don't know why they use top 18, but ESPN did their top college football stadiums, that the Big Ten dominates the list, though the thing that makes the least amount of, well, it makes a lot of sense considering where the source is, but it makes no sense in terms of what it does for most of the season. And that was that behind LSU's Tiger Stadium at number 1, they picked the Rose Bowl as number 2.
John, the mountains. That's why. The sunset.
Right. For one game a year. I don't recall too many people waxing poetic about the sunset over the San Gabriels when UCLA is playing a home game in front of 14,000 people. Michigan was 3rd, Notre Dame 4, Penn State 5. Nebraska, by the way, ended up 16th. Yeah, I listen, I get the whole Rose Bowl aura, mystique, blah, 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 always playing the game at the same time, et cetera, et cetera. But if we're ranking them in terms of actually being home field stadiums, which the Rose Bowl is for UCLA, the Rose Bowl wouldn't be in the top 25. Mainly because no one goes to their games.
But the people who go there, John, they love it.
Again, January 1st at, what is it? What is sunset? They're about 5:30 local time.
Mm-hmm.
There in the Western time zone. Whatever. I was thinking about this on the way in as I was listening to Sam McEwen, the Omaha World Herald, talk with Connor Happer about, what teams want to be in the new Big Ten. I think that in lieu of not having divisions, the benchmark now for success versus failure for most, if not all, power conference schools is going to be playoff appearances. We have entered a new world where it's very much like being in pro sports. In the NBA, they measure you by, did you get in the playoffs? In the NFL, they measure you by, did you get in the playoffs? And I think the same thing is going to be said now for college football. It's only 12 out of 134 spots, so it doesn't seem fair, but it's really 12 out of, what is now the number, 70-ish power conference schools, something like that. And by percentage, it's still a much smaller percentage than the amount of teams that, percentage-wise, that get into the NBA playoffs or the NFL playoffs or baseball's playoffs. But that's the new benchmark.
Well, especially if schools are going to start doing all these cupcake scheduling, you have to have the playoff as a benchmark.
Exactly. Why else are you doing the cupcake scheduling? You're trying to maximize the amount of wins that you can possibly get and then lean on your conference strength to, carry the ball across the goal line. And they were talking, Sam and Connor were on his show about what teams want to become for themselves. The Iowas might still be comfortable being what they are, get their 8, get their 9 wins and see how it plays out. But as Sam pointed out, he thinks that Matt Rule is going to try to set this program, this Nebraska program, up to make playoffs, to be in contention for conference championships and make playoffs. And how is Nebraska going to get there? And at least for this year, and dare I say, I could extend this out for future years. I want to introduce you to a new character here on the program. From the same program that brought you Drunk with Power, Jim Delaney, we now introduce you to Throw the Ball Guy.
Oh, throw the ball guy. I think I like this guy.
Me.
You?
I have become that which I once abhorred.
Oh, no.
I am Throw the Ball Guy.
You like the Big 12 now?
Sure.
Big 12 John.
Yeah, I guess. But in all seriousness, here's my thought process, especially for this season. but it could be every season moving forward. In sports, in life, you want to maximize the things that you do well and mitigate the things you don't. And granted, outside of a spring scrimmage, we haven't seen this team yet, but judging by how this roster has been built so far and judging by where it appears that this year's team's strengths lie, in my opinion, Nebraska would be well suited to lean into their strengths and try to mitigate what could be their weaknesses. And this is not a commentary that the offensive line is going to be bad, but the running back room is very unproven. But you went out and got a 5-star quarterback. One of your deepest, arguably most talented rooms is wide receiver, followed somewhat closely by tight end. By the way, if you haven't gone to the Huskers.com to check out the roster, there are 9 players listed as tight ends. 9. Unless you're playing, jumbo sets, you're usually not playing more than 2 at any one time. And in this day and age where 11 personnel is the dominant formations du jour, you're really only using 1 tight end.
Well, some people talk about rotating the quarterback every game. Maybe you just keep rotating
they do.
Tight ends.
But I think Nebraska this year, and this isn't to say they need to, throw it 80% of the time, but I do think they need to lean into their strengths. And I think their strengths this year are going to be throwing the football. And that may go against a lot of what has built Nebraska football over the years, but this is the way this roster appears to be built to me. Scoring points is going to be important. The reason why Nebraska didn't win last year were twofold. They turned the ball over too much, and they didn't score enough points. Defensively, outside of a couple of times, they did enough to win games. They held teams to low point totals. Nebraska needs to score points. To me, the way to score points with this group and this roster and this lineup is to lean more into the throwing game.
I can get behind this.
So I am throw the ball guy this year.
We're throwing the ball.
I am throw the ball guy this year. Dare I say north of 60% pass versus run?
Ooh. I like
and that might be a conservative number, honestly. That might be a conservative number. That's not to say that I have changed fundamentally as a guy that would prefer to see a good, strong running game. In my worldview, yes, that's what I would prefer to have, because I would prefer, I am a guy that believes that winning the ground war is important in winning the battle. But if you've got a team that has better pilots and better fighter jets, then you have tank captains and tanks.
Nebraska goes full air raid.
You might lean a little bit more into your Air Force.
Nice.
Than your tank battalions.
Nice.
I'm hoping that, the running game will come around and they will have a good running game to lean on, but they're not going to have the quarterback run game that they have traditionally had in the last few seasons.
Even their quarterback run game wasn't that great.
It wasn't, but they leaned into it.
Mm-hmm.
So this year, at least for this year and perhaps for the foreseeable future, I am throw the ball guy.
Air raid Nebraska.
Again, I'm not saying 80%. I'm not turning this into Texas Tech. Mike Leach isn't coming through that door, sadly.
Do more throwing all the time.
But
the Big Ten will never expect it.
Oh, I think they'll expect it, especially if they do it after the first game and it's like, oh, that's what they're going to do. They're going to throw it. I am now that which I have always resisted.
Welcome to the fun side, John.
I mean, running can be fun. When Nebraska was running for 400, 500 yards a game back when I was a kid, that was fun. When Mike Rozier was busting off 70-yard runs, that was fun. When Nebraska would bring in their fourth-team running back and he'd go 60 for a touchdown, that was fun. But that's what they did really, really well. They had good tank captains and good tanks.
Because they would lean into it.
They did. Reggie says, you still have to put boots on the ground to win a war. Can't win by air power alone. I know. I'm not saying I'm not saying Nebraska should not run the ball at all this year. They will have to be able to run the ball. I'm just saying they may need to prolong the air strikes longer to take out more of the ground defenses before they get to going on the run. That's all I'm saying.
This is a fun metaphor.
Well, I'm glad we're able to make them, because there are times when, people would get triggered if you made too many war references to football and there was an actual war going on. But now on this planet, there's wars going on all the time. So you're always going to be wrong. Let's see what Tom Chatel thinks coming up. See if he likes my idea. I'm going to become throw the ball guy. We'll hear from Tom Chatel, the Omaha World Herald, coming up next, 1620 The Zone. Welcome back. Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, and the Zone mobile app. And don't forget, you can also watch us live. Brand new URL, zonetv.live. It's the easiest place to find all of our shows on the air. Anytime we're live in the studio, the cameras are on as well, and you get to look at our pretty faces. zonetv.live. A reminder that this week's Zone deal is to Les Macarons. Les Macarons is a new, authentic French pastry shop located at the Inner Rail in Exarban. They offer macaroons in 20 different flavors, gourmet chocolates, gelatos, coffees, and more. This week, 2 $25 vouchers, a $50 value for just $25. That's Les Macarons in Exarban Village. Details can be found at 1620thezone.com. They go on sale this Friday at 9. There you go. Let's welcome in. It has been a long, long time since we have had a chance to talk on this Grum on the 42 Degrees the Source Hotline to Tom Chatel, the Omaha World Herald. Tom, how's your summer been?
Is this the first time I've ever been on this show?
Oh, that's not true.
I think it is.
Not this show. This show's been around for like 20 some odd years.
Well,
I think Kugler probably had you on every other day back when he was hosting this thing.
Since you and Josh, I mean, have
yeah, that's Josh's fault. You got to blame him.
Yeah, I go back to the Gary Java days.
Yeah.
Whatever it was, K-Car or Coyle or Randy Ecker and Mike Messerly and then of course Kevin and Michael and then you know the proud legacy was passed on to you and Josh, and it's been a long time. Yes, absolutely.
It has been a while, but now our summer break is done and Conference Media Days is here. I thought your column today was, because I was thinking the exact same things over the weekend about where this league is, where it needs to be, what it needs to be, because the Big Ten of our youth is not there anymore. I mean, a lot of the same players are there, but there's almost as many new members now as there were original members when it used to actually be a 10-team league.
Well, the Big Ten always had an identity, and as an old Big 8 guy, I used to make fun of the Big Ten. They never played for national championships. All they cared about was the Rose Bowl. They had all these trophy games. It wasn't very exciting. They didn't play an exciting style of ball. And I got an education once Nebraska got in there. It's actually a very good football league. It's just they seem to have a certain level that only Michigan and Ohio State play above, but that's got to change because the Rose Bowl is gone, and for all intents and purposes, it's a playoff game.
Yeah,
and the divisions are gone. Here come the 4 left coasters, and it'd be interesting to see. Without a Rose Bowl, and Michigan and Ohio State won't be the game of the year all the time. What's this going to be like in, can the West Coasters, can they make an impact? Can they raise the level? And will everybody else, who's not, it's going to be about making the playoff, and that will probably include 3 or 4 teams a year. If you're not in the playoff, are you going to try harder to make the playoff, or are you just going to sit back and go, "Oh well, I'm not going to the playoff. I guess I'll just play for the jug or the pig." It's going to be interesting to see because the Big Ten has not been a real self-starting elite football bunch. It's not like the SEC at all. I've always said the SEC wants to be number 1 in football. The Big Ten wants to be the Big Ten. And nobody was better at being the Big Ten than the Big Ten. But that media luncheon's gone now. The Rose Bowl's gone. It's going to be wild, and it's going to be really. We'll sit back and watch. Of course, Nebraska. We have our own little drama here, trying to get to the bowl game. But it'd be interesting to see that. I don't think USC is ready to play the Big Ten. They don't play defense.
Right.
They're not ready yet. I mean, it's going to be interesting.
You mentioned, the left coasters and, what they bring to the table. And of course, this league historically has always been Michigan and Ohio State. That leaves a bunch of teams, including Nebraska, just kind of in the middle. Is that a good place for Nebraska to be in? Can Nebraska break out of that pack and kind of create their own identity, or do they literally get caught in between, both geographically and perceptively, between the old school Big Ten and the new school Pac-12 refugees?
Well, I wrote last summer that this new Big Ten was going to be good for Nebraska because it was going to free Nebraska from the shackles of the Big Ten West and where they were slumming. And I got all kinds of crap for that. But I mean, maybe that was the wrong word. But what I believe is that the Big Ten West was just sort of this self-fulfilling prophecy of we're just trying to win the West. We're just trying to, the East is the best and the West is the other, other half and the lower half. And it felt like they were just trying to, the goal was to try to win the West. The goal was to try to beat Illinois or Iowa or Wisconsin and not Michigan and Ohio State. Right now, I think Nebraska can not have to worry about that and go chase Oregon, go chase USC or Michigan and Ohio State. And I think Nebraska is more comfortable doing that. But now they got to go do it. But I'll tell you, that mid part of the Big Ten is going to be really something to watch because I think if you're not careful, you can get sucked into that and never get out.
Mm-hmm.
You really have to be on top of things to make sure that you're getting in that playoff every once in a while. I mean, John, you and me, our generation, we've grown up with Nebraska showing up in August. The schedule poster has bowl game at the bottom, and it's like, okay, how many this year? 9 or 10, or is it an 11-year season or 11-win season? And they win that conference every other year. Go to the Fiesta, go to the Orange, and now the game is changing before our eyes, and you're going to have to be very comfortable with who you are and the kind of coach you have, because you're not going to make the playoff every year. It's going to be really hard to do that. I don't care who you are, especially in these mega corporate leagues that have all these brand names. So you're going to have to, SEC gets in a cycle. Well, we're not playing for the title. We're going to fire our coach. I don't care if it's only been 2 years. So you got to be careful of that. So it's going to be the middle of this thing is going to be something to watch.
Tom Chatel, the Omaha World Herald, joining us on the 42 Degrees the Source hotline. Is the playoff now the new benchmark? Because there's no divisions anymore. And
yes.
and I think my argument is the playoff is the benchmark. Where you need to make it so many times. And as you just mentioned, that's not going to be easy to do because your league might get at best 4 teams in every year. Well, that's only 4 out of 18.
Yeah, it is. And think about the SEC. How many big brand names are in that league, and who aren't going to make the playoff every year necessarily. Same in the Big Ten. My God, Washington they were in the championship game last year, right? Because their coach is Bama, but Oregon, UCLA when they have a coach, they're up there. Same with USC. They're always going to have a coach. So, I mean, if that it's the new benchmark. It absolutely is, because winning the championship game, it gets you a first round bye, I guess. But again, winning the championship now is about the playoff. It isn't about winning the championship. It's one of those things. Kind of like basketball. You win the Big East basketball. Okay, what are you going to do in March? So it's good to have, but it's not the deal anymore. So it's going to be fascinating. And, I forget how many automatics. Is it 5 or 6? I think it's 5 or is it 5 automatics and 7 at larges, or I can't remember.
Yeah, it's 5, because you'll have the 4 power conference champions and whoever the best team is out of the group of 5. And so the other 7 are going to be at large.
And we're going to get into a deal where, okay, was a 3-loss SEC or 3-loss Big Ten better than a 2-loss Big 12 or ACC? I mean, the answer to that is always going to be yes. I've argued with people who my old Big 12 friends. I said, you're probably going to get one team in every year, you're champion. You might get one at large, but that's it. I think most years the Big 12 is going to get one in, because the SEC is going to get 3 or 4, and the Big 10 is going to get 3. And how many is that? 6 or 7? Okay, at larges. So it's going to go pretty quick. So that's going to be something to watch too. Look, it won't be too long before we're at 16. This is going to be so great. To have the first round games on campuses, where it could be snowing. I just think the whole thing is going to be great. So, I'm sure we'll be at 16 at some point.
I think it'll happen in the next 2 years, to be honest with you. Tom Chatel joining us from the Omaha World Herald. On that point, I argue that perception is even going to be more important this year than it's been way back in the past when we were voting on our champions, because now you really are playing the perception game of, well, does 2 losses in this league equal 3 losses in this league, and which one's greater? And the perception of which league is better than the other is probably going to matter more than ever. And then you've got this battle at the very top, with the Big Ten and the SEC trying to muscle each other to be superior. Mm-hmm. All of those arguments are going to happen. So with that said, does the Big Ten also need to do a better job of selling itself? Because I don't think they do a very good job of selling themselves.
No, but they never cared enough. And that's my opinion. I could be wrong, but from West Lafayette to everywhere, they care about being the Big Ten. They care about the luncheon, the mascots, the fight songs, the trophies, the libraries, all that stuff. They care about being the Big Ten, but that doesn't get you in the playoff. And now the playoff is gonna be everything. And but see, this is going to go toward we start getting into revenue sharing.
Yeah,
and everybody's going to have $22 million, like a salary cap, like a $22 million every year, and some will be able to afford it, and some, like the Big Ten and SEC, and others may not. I've already seen the SEC wants to take $15 million of the 22 and give it to football. So, yeah, it's going to be. Does the Big Ten, are they going to keep up with the SEC? Are they going to do the same things, or are they going to be committed to this thing? And I don't know. It's not in their nature. And the commissioner is a longtime TV guy. Is he going to drop the hammer on this? It's going to be. Are we going to have the same 3 or 4 or 5 brand names at the top of the Big Ten every year, or is everybody going to get in the chase? So it's a great question.
Tom Chatel, the Omaha World Herald. What do you want to hear from Matt Rule this week?
Well, nothing. I mean,
do you want him to strike a tone? Do you want him to be a hype man, or? I
think there's nothing that. I mean, he's gonna captivate the room, even though nobody, the Big Ten, except all the Nebraska people there, are going to really want to hear from him. Last year was different. Everybody wanted to hear from him, but he's still going to captivate the room. He's going to be better than anybody else. In that setting, he's going to have the one-on-one off to the side, the breakout session, and he'll be outstanding there. I think he'll be asked about the general stuff. I mean, he's talked all summer, so it's like he had a press conference last month.
Yeah,
I thought that was smart. Even after camps, keeps him out front for the recruiting never quits. So he's having a press conference. He's in the headlines in June, which I think is smart for him. So, but he's been asked about everything. Now he'll be asked about Evan Cooper. He probably won't comment on that. But we'll try to hear about John Butler, and he'll get to talk about that. He'll be asked about grass in the stadium. Dylan Raiola, certainly. There'll be questions probably from everybody else about revenue sharing and NIL and the playoff and the new Big 12, the new Pac-12 schools. And he'll be asked all that stuff, but I don't necessarily think this is a big news week for Nebraska. I don't know if he's going to break something, but he'll be asked about Raiola. He'll just say that it's going to be a competition, and that's what they say. And I don't know, John. I mean, do you think there'll be anything? I just don't think it's going to be a big week for Nebraska headlines. Do you? I don't know.
Well, you know how the session usually goes up front. The stuff that gets televised. Most of the questions come from national media, and you might get 5 or 6 questions, and 2 or 3 of them might not even pertain directly to the football team. So you got to get to the breakout sessions. I don't know. I'm almost looking more, Tom, at the tone that he strikes versus what necessarily is said. And I think he's really good at that because, he's just naturally an energetic guy. And, it's a chance in a league where it's hard to break out of an 18-team pack, where he might be able to, at least through just his tone, can help break Nebraska out of that pack and at least get some people leaving that event going, oh, yeah, that Nebraska team, they might be pretty good this year. And there might be folks who already think that way. But I think the coach can kind of help set that bar just a little bit.
Well, I know we all try to be journalists, and we aren't swayed by anything. But the fact is, a guy like Rule, I can sway people. He'll get people fired up about Nebraska. But I think his message will be what it's been all along, especially in that setting with that many media, that we have to earn it. We have to earn the hype. We have to earn the right to go to a bowl. He's not going to sit there and go, I think we're going to win 8 or 9. I think we're going to a bowl game. I guarantee you. But he won't do any of that. There's no way. He'll be the opposite. In that, I think so we're talking about having a good defense, having a lot of veterans. The quarterbacks, the offensive line is older. He likes this, he likes that. But the overall theme will be, we haven't earned anything. We have to go earn it. And I like that because, frankly, I've been sit back, on vacation, listen to people talking about going 7-0. I'm going, holy hell! How's that? They haven't won 6 games since 2016. Or maybe it's for 1995. I don't know. But it's like, how are they going to win 7 in a row? They haven't won 6. They've never won 6 in a long time. So I'm just, I think I'd like to, the thing about the season openers is kind of an interesting deal to me. Nebraska's like last 4 or 5 season openers have been on the road.
Yeah. You're actually going to open at home against the so-called cream puff.
It's been a while.
It has been a long time. Tom Chatel, Omaha.com, Omaha World Herald. Tom, it won't be as long between our next visits, I promise.
Hey, by the way, how about that Trey Alexander?
Heck of a summer. Some people take vacations over the summer. Trey went to work, and it was really good to see because, the way that his Creighton career ended was really a dud, in that last game against Tennessee. It was really good to see him play well. I think he earned himself a spot on the roster next year.
I totally agree.
Very excited for him. Tom, always a pleasure. I appreciate it.
Thanks, JB. Keep it.
That's Tom Chatel of the Omaha World Herald. I think the Big Ten needs to do a better job of selling itself. I was reading from Sam's column basically on this point, and the SEC has around 800, and I don't like to always look at these types of metrics, but in this modern, social media world, I think it does tell somewhat of a story. The SEC has about 800,000 followers on its Twitter handle. The Big Ten's Twitter handle is less than 200,000. So basically, it's more than 4 times. That's the same difference between the amount of Twitter followers of the Dallas Cowboys to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Wow.
And the reason I bring that up, because when you look at, the rock star organizations, the rock star franchises, the ones that get all the attention, the Dallas Cowboys are one of those entities. The Jaguars, on the other end, don't usually, unless they're really winning at a high level, you almost kind of forget that they're around. Would you look at, we're looking at a world of college football where it's 2 leagues who are basically directing the traffic right now. That any move that either of those leagues make moves the needle and causes the ripple effect that infects an entire industry. And it's the Big Ten and the SEC. Though in terms of fan engagement, social media fan engagement, the difference between the SEC and the Big Ten is the difference between the Dallas Cowboys and the Jacksonville Jaguars. It shouldn't be that way.
It shouldn't. And it would go a long way to help the perception of the Big Ten, because I see the Big Ten as boring. They like to run the ball and play a very specific way.
And that's a perception.
And that is a perception issue.
And that isn't always been the case. Ohio State's had high-flying offenses, but you're right, because that perception has been there historically for decades.
Which is why, to go with your point, they need some kind of promotion. They need to promote themselves way better than they have been, just to get out there. Hey, we're not your grandpa's favorite football conference.
I looked that up today because when I saw those numbers from Sam, I was like, really? And so I just did a cursory search. And of course, the first thing I thought of the Dallas Cowboys. I thought of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And basically the fan engagement on their social media is the same ratio as the difference between fan engagement in the SEC and fan engagement in the Big Ten. And I don't think that's because the Big Ten doesn't have fans, that they don't have people that are passionate about it, but they have to start going about it a different way. Because if you're going to win the battle of perception, you got to have people willing to spread the message.
Exactly.
And the Big Ten doesn't have that. When we can sit back and joke all we want about conference cheering and it just means more and this, that, and the other thing. But 30 years ago, before the SEC started going on this hellacious run, the SEC was not seen in the same vein as it is today. Alabama kind of held they marched, at the front of the line. They were the flag bearer for that conference for decades. And that's kind of what you thought of the SEC. Now you think about them entirely differently. And the part of the reason they did that, yes, they got better on the field. They got better talent. They got better coaching. But they also won the battle of the minds. Mm-hmm. They won the battle of perception. And you're going to need that in this new world. And I don't think the Big Ten is geared for it right now. And maybe this new 18-team format is going to jar some things differently, but I don't know. There's a part of me that thinks the Big Ten's just like we kind of resign ourselves to the fact, well, Iowa's always going to be Iowa.
It feels
the Big Ten's always going to be the Big Ten.
It feels all very regionally cultural too.
Oh, it does.
The Big Ten is very reserved, Midwest, let what you do speak for itself. And then the South, it's a little more bodacious and loud. Not like in a bad way. That's just the different cultures of the different areas of the country.
Yeah. 402-951-1620. Get your thoughts if you have it on the other side. You can also hit us up, that 42 Degrees The Source hotline. You can tweet at us at USC1620, or you can even comment on the YouTube channel, where we've gotten a few of the YouTube comments today from our friends in the Peanut Gallery who enjoy trolling me. Where did I find the one from? There it is. Yeah, CJ. Looks like the Grum is fully packed with football start to finish. John Summer is officially over. He has to admit it now. No, I don't have to admit anything. There ain't no football games being played right now. But we are talking football and a lot of it. So stand by. Got a lot more to come, including that comparison that I promised you between the ACC and claiming they have the toughest non-conference schedule in the country. Next on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back. The Grum on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com and the Zone mobile app. Don't forget, sign up for 1620 The email. You'll get some opportunities to win things later this year. Trust me on this one. It'll be fun. It'll be fun.
1620
and you'll
email.
get fresh updates and Nick's exclusive video content.
There will be exclusive video content.
Just sign up today. 1620 The email. Just go to 1620thezone.com. All it takes is, and it doesn't cost you a thing. It's a piece of cake. Piece of cake. Still to come. Yes, 25 teams and 25 grums is coming up. Is it John Teicher? Teicher. I meant to ask you before the show. I'm glad I did. Teicher, the voice of the Miners, will join us as we launch 25 teams in 25 grums. No, this does not mean that football season is here. It is still many, 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 many days away.
So far away. We had baseball
many,
on
many,
today.
many, 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 many more seconds away. Here is Jonathan on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline. Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Good. How you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, so just kind of piggybacking on what you about the social media thing between the Big Ten and SEC.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely agree. And, I'm a Nebraska fan, and so obviously I like to watch Big Ten Network, those sorts of things. And they on their commercials are like, yeah, get the Big Ten app, all this, everything's all cool and kosher, but everything just seems like outdated for the software. It made it seem like you can watch like old games when you want, all that stuff, but it just seemed like a lot of work. It seemed like it felt like 2003 or something. And I think that's a big part of it too. And Fox has all this money, but yet, the app and all that's in the website it seems outdated. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Have a good one.
Hey, thanks, Jonathan. No, I think how the games are presented, and maybe, this will be the second year of, the expanded coverage, adding NBC and CBS, but this will be the first year where it goes really into full gear, where CBS now is the Big Ten network. They no longer have any SEC games. NBC is going to have more games on now, and you'll basically get that 3-window network television coverage. But how the sport is presented, that ESPN last week at SEC Media Days, they rolled out their new graphics, they rolled out their new packages to get people excited for it. It's a battle for viewers. For the first time, really, in college football history, you've got conferences battling each other for TV viewers. Yes, technically it had always happened, but this is the first time where it's like it's out there. It's open. It's, hey, we want to put games in the early window, the midday window, and the evening window, the primetime window. And we want our games to be more watched than the other guys' games. And it's actually outwardly communicated and implied that this is what we're going for here. Well, that's going to require you to put on a better product. And sure, 80% of that product is based on the quality of the football being played. But in how it's being presented and how it's being promoted goes a long way into that. I do think there are people, and we're not talking about, obviously as Nebraska fans, we're going to gravitate first to the Nebraska game, then probably next to a Big Ten game, and then after that, whatever other big games are on. Typically, if there's a an Iron Bowl on, or an Alabama LSU, then that probably takes precedent over another conference game. But for the most part, that's how people around here probably absorb most of their college football. But the casual fans, the people that aren't Nebraska fans, the people that you're trying to pull in from other parts of the country, they're looking for something that is eye-catching, that is entertaining, that seems like, hey, if I miss this, I'm missing out on something.
Also, some product that doesn't have such a weird barrier to entry, like how that caller was just talking about, how they made it seem like it was this thing, then it's really this thing, then there's all these hoops, feels like you have to jump through. The SEC somehow figured out, seemingly, perceptively, thank you, to bridge the gap between the old fan and the young fan in a way that works for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels like the Big Ten is not doing that.
And that's how you're going to get people excited that way. I mean, it just means more, throwing out, all the teams that have won championships. And again, a lot of this is controlled by the product on the field, but you can go a long ways into creating more engagement, more entertainment, and just get people to come to you first. The average college football fan is going to look at the schedule And my guess is they're going to gravitate initially to an SEC game over a Big Ten game. I'm saying the average Big Ten game or the average SEC game, just because there is an element of excitement. There's an element of exuberance. There's an element of greatness that is there that doesn't feel the same when you're watching a Big Ten game. It can't be all just the product on the field. You got to win the hearts and the minds.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if the Big Ten has ever really gone to battle for the hearts and the minds. I think Sam dropped this reference. I've dropped this reference. The Big Ten is the oh my God, what the hell is their name? From Animal House, the not the Deltas, because those were the good guys, but they're the oh God, what was the name of the frat house? Maybe I should have gone to Revenge of the Nerds instead. The Alphas versus the Tri-Lambs. But, they've always been, the Niedermeyers and those guys,
Delta?
The Delta house, that was John Belushi. That was the Rebels house. But you know what I mean? They're there because they're there. They're there because they're the rich guys. They're the trust fund kids, right? That's why they're there. The SEC earned their way past that because
bootstraps.
Well, yeah, they did. They worked harder, but they also won the hearts and the minds. And the Big Ten's just always been kind of just happy being itself.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you can just be happy being yourself anymore. And all of this goes back to you saying, well, why does this even matter? If I'm a Nebraska fan, why does this matter? You know why it matters? Because at some point, 10-2 Nebraska is going to be matched up against 10-2 Ole Miss for a playoff spot. And it could be that perception that puts Ole Miss in and Nebraska out. Those things are going to be important. Jed says things may or may not be outdated, but ease of access to everything benefits ESPN with ESPN Plus, or SEC with ESPN Plus, which most sports fans already have. Getting Big Ten Network is a joke and too expensive. I mean, yeah. That there is an advantage. While it's cool that the Big Ten has 3 different networks, 3 different times, there is also something about a one-stop shop.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to get maximum effort. ESPN is going to pump the ever-loving crap out of the SEC. There will be no mistake this fall which network is Team SEC and which ones aren't.
Mm-hmm.
And how that battle is won and how they try to draw in that audience is going to say an awful lot about how these conferences will be perceived.
And that goes back to my frustrations of Fox not having a dedicated streaming service, because if they did, that's basically what ESPN has for the SEC. If CBS can have a way to do that, that would be great too.
Yeah. All right, more later on, including more on Nebraska and what you're looking for out of Matt Rule this week at Big Ten Media Days. But coming up next, it's time to launch 25 teams in 25 grums. John Teicher, the voice of the UTEP Miners, joins us next on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. I know we've talked a lot of football today, and while Circus Sports Iowa does have lines available for week 1 of the NFL and college football, and even though they do have a couple of football-related contests in Circa Million 6 and Circus Survivor that you can find out more about on circusports.com, today I want to talk to you about baseball. Shocking, I know. I want to talk about the type money line splits like tonight, the Marlins plus 131 against the Mets, or the Guardians plus 117 on the Tigers. Even my Rockies are at plus 145 on the Red Sox. Circus Sports Iowa also won't punish you by limiting your account like some of the other guys like to do. You win a lot and they want to reward that. And they have in-game lines that refresh every single break. And also, if you ever need anything, they have real-life human beings who work in their customer service that will get back to you as soon as they can, either through email or tweet. They truly is like having the hospitality of Las Vegas in the palm of your hand anywhere in the great state of Iowa. Download Circus Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
countdown is on.
Connell sprinting out to his right. Throws on the run. Good play. Sneaking away is Akari Kelly. Touchdown. Now 3rd and 11 for Shoemaker, and that is intercepted. Picked off at the 30-yard line. Coming back is James Neal. Neal still on his feet. Did he get in?
Here's the freshman Jenkins, pressured, and he didn't see it. Maurice Westmoreland got him from the backside.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 grums.
Wow, Nick's creativity has found a second lease. Number one, I've never heard the UTEP fight song before. I assume that's the UTEP fight song. Otherwise, it'd be very awkward if it wasn't the UTEP fight song.
Yes.
The one highlight, though, did say, did he get in? We never did get resolution. Did he get in?
No.
Not sure. Also, your online graphics. Don't let anyone tell you you can't make graphics. Custom graphics this year for 25 teams featuring the UTEP Miners and the name of our next guest. John Teicher is the voice of the Miners. He joins us on the 42 Degrees of the Source hotline. John, good afternoon.
Hello, fellas. A couple of answers for you. Yes, it is the fight song, and chances are, no, he didn't get in because UTEP didn't score much a year ago. So
wow.
That's probably it.
Hey-o! Well, unfortunately, to John's point, according to the K-Ford ratings, UTEP comes into this year 125th out of 134 teams. But there is new life in the program. Scotty Walden, year one head coach, the former coach at Austin Peay. Describe him in what you have been able to glean from your interactions with Coach Walden.
Well, if you ask for just one word, I would say energetic. He has brought an energy to this program and to this university and to this city that I think was very badly needed, and in particular to this football program, which has had only one winning season since 2014 and just two since 2005. Scotty has shown me some things during the off season that we've not seen at UTEP for quite some time, and in some respects have maybe never seen in this UTEP football program. And for that reason, I think that maybe the Miners can surprise some people.
He did, Coach Walden, bring in a lot of players from his previous location, Austin Peay, 11 transfers, including quarterback Skylar Locklear. Would you estimate that he is the favorite to win the starting job right now?
I don't know. I would say that I think he and Cade McConnell, who started the last 6 games for UTEP a year ago, probably exited the spring neck and neck. And I don't think Scotty has to declare a starter until the Miners have the ball for the first time at Memorial Stadium on August the 31st. And it might go right down to that. I think Locklear obviously has an advantage in that he understands the system, but McConnell's got 6 more games of starting experience than Skylar has. So we'll see who lines up when the offense takes the field against the Huskers for the first time.
John Teicher, the voice of UTEP, joining us. Our first team in 25 teams in 25 grums. We'll be previewing all of Nebraska's opponents, plus national title contenders and other select members of the Big Ten Conference. What will the offensive plan be this year? Do we have an idea of what that's going to look like?
Well, they're going to go fast, for sure. Scotty claims they're going to run a play every 12 seconds. If you watch them throughout the spring, as I had the opportunity to do, I don't think that's far off target. So that's going to make the Miners challenging to prepare for in itself, although obviously being their season opening opponent, the Huskers will have plenty of opportunity to get ready for that specifically. But you're talking once the season is in full swing and you've got only 2 or 3 practices to do so, unless you play that way, preparing for something like that can be quite problematic, I think.
John, I did look at the preseason watch list in Conference USA, and another one of the transfers. Is it Javon or Jevon Jackson?
Javon
Jackson, running back. had 1,300 yards a season ago. I know they want to go fast, but how much of what the success UTEP can have in this new offensive system kind of falls on his back, and how much of those 1,300 yards at Austin Peay can translate to 1,300 yards in FBS?
Well, I think that's the big question. Obviously, he proved that he could succeed at the FCS level. How does that translate to the FBS level? I guess only time will tell. He had a good spring, like many of the kids that Scotty brought in from Austin Peay, but only time will tell.
Talking with John Teicher, the voice of the UTEP Miners. When you look at the defense this upcoming season, how much transition is that side of the ball going to go through? Because a lot of players that were from last year's team are gone.
Well, it will be similar in one respect. They're going to play a 3-3-5, which is at least numbers wise, with basically a nickel in the secondary, similar to what they've used in the recent past here at UTEP. They've got an all-conference defensive end, Maurice Westmoreland, returning. They've got K.D. Johnson, a defensive tackle. One of the areas where UTEP has really improved over the last 2-3 years is in controlling the opponent's running game, and it'll be interesting to see if that is able to continue under the new coaching staff and their defensive system. They lost Tyrese Knight, who was drafted by the Seattle Seahawks and was an all-conference linebacker and put up some unbelievable numbers, and just a lot of new names and faces, again, many of them from the FCS level, that figure to populate that defense largely in the secondary.
We've mentioned the 11 different Austin Peay transfers, but are there other non-Austin Peay newcomers, whether they be freshmen or redshirts who didn't play last year, or other transfers that might be worth keeping an eye out for?
Yeah, they brought in a linebacker named Dorian Hopkins from Tulsa, and they've got guys sprinkled all over on both sides of the football that I think are going to have to play and enjoy some success if UTEP's going to have any appreciable success during this transition with Scotty Walden. But I think it's largely dependent on a lot of these kids that Walden and his staff brought from Austin Peay being able to make the transition from the FBS to the FBS level if UTEP is going to enjoy some success.
John Teicher, the voice of the UTEP Miners, joining us here. 25 teams in 25 Grums, as you mentioned. Only 2 winning seasons since 2014. Only 1 winning season since 2015. What would represent a good first year for Coach Walden?
Well, I think he can compete favorably in Conference USA, which is I think the starting point for he and his staff. You've got Liberty, who is, I think, the clear favorite in this league in their second year as Conference USA member. I think Western Kentucky probably is a cut above, but after that, I think it's basically pretty much a pick and choose. And I think that UTEP could surprise in Conference USA and certainly hold their own. And again, once you get into the meat of the schedule and programs have only a couple of days to prepare for what you bring, I think UTEP's up-tempo offense is going to create some problems for programs to get ready for. Because again, when you run an offense like that, if your opponent is not running a similar offense in just a couple of days, that can be very, very difficult and challenging to recreate and prepare for.
John Teicher, the voice of UTEP, in 25 teams in 25 Grums. John, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot. About 5 weeks away, you'll be in Lincoln to see the new Scotty Walden regime and get a good look in Lincoln, Nebraska. So we appreciate it. Thanks a lot for the time.
All right, guys. Looking forward to it. Thanks.
You bet. John Teicher joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. And with that, 25 teams and 25 Grums is on the way.
1 for 1.
All this week, it'll be Nebraska, basically the first 5 Nebraska opponents. And then after next week, starting next week, we'll really start to mix things up a little bit. But we wanted to get the early opponents off first.
Gonna put it on shuffle.
Well, because we'll be probably revisiting with some of these same folks here and after a month or so when actual game week gets here. So that's what we're looking forward to, and can't wait to talk to all these different teams, find out a little bit more about what makes them tick. But yeah, as John pointed out, they had a winning season in 2021 under Dana Dimel. They went to the New Mexico Bowl. They had a winning season in 2014 under Sean Kugler, went to the New Mexico Bowl. They were bowl eligible in 2010, lost that New Mexico Bowl, so they finished 6-7. So since 2005, when they went 8-4, UTEP has 2 winning seasons. 2.
They've had a rough go of it.
They have not won a bowl game since 1967. When they won the Sun Bowl. In fact, if you look at their history, their last 3 bowl appearances were all in New Mexico Bowls. And their first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bowl appearances in their program's history were all Sun Bowls, starting in 1936 through 1967. So they don't get out of the region very often when it goes to their postseason. Not that they get to the postseason a lot anyway, but.
Did you see who they beat in the 1967 Sun Bowl?
No, I did not.
Ole Miss.
Wow. Imagine what that would have done to the perception of the SEC. We could have promoted that. But yeah, it's been a rough 86-year history for UTEP football. In fact, I'm looking right now, their all-time record is 344 wins, 581 losses.
Wow.
It's not a good win percentage.
No.
It's rather dark.
Maybe their new high-speed playing will fix that.
Maybe. All right, coming up, I had a little bit of history made yesterday.
Oh.
Nebraska is now one of just 2 programs of its like in the Big Ten Conference. And if you're Matt Rule, what statement would you like him to make to get the season off on the right foot? The happy hour is coming up next on Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
it'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
The happy hour is on the air. Happy Monday, everyone. You made it through the first day of the work week. Congratulations.
Somehow the most relaxing day of the last
Somehow,
3.
yeah. I won't be doing any painting or removal of tape tonight for the first time in 3 days.
Congrats on
It was
the
a
paint.
busy weekend. I mean, Friday went right from here to the wrestling, which, by the way, lasted a long time. I mean, we were there for a while.
Yeah.
It was there long enough. Okay, no one's going to feel sorry for me because of my gilded place in the ivory tower of being in the media. But I could probably count on 2 hands the number of non-working events I have been to at CHI Health Center. So when I go to CHI Health Center arena, it's mostly for Creighton games, obviously. But most of the things I've been to, I work there.
Yes.
I'm there. But as a non-working just fan, and so sitting in the stands, and we had seats in the middle of the row, and they taped 2 shows. So they did the live SmackDown that you saw on Fox, and then they taped the one for next week because apparently they're going to be in Japan for an international tour. So they did 2 shows. And by the middle of the second show, my leg was getting sore. It's like I need to stand, but if I stand, then I'm in the way of the people behind me. I can't just get up out of my seat and go maybe take a quick walk in the concourse or up behind the seats. So I was like, God, please, something exciting happens so I can stand up so the rest of these people stand up just so I could stretch my leg.
So do you ever find yourself, I also work a decent, not as many as you, but I also work events at CHI.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're sitting down, I find myself getting a little disoriented about what's where. So do you wonder, okay, let's see, if I'm set up for Creighton, I'm usually here, I come out through that hallway, or is it that hallway? Just thinking about stuff like
I always
that.
get disoriented in that arena, especially if I don't have a landmark to look at. And when they set up for the wrestling shows, they cover up, the Creighton banners, and, about the only thing that identifies the arena as being in the arena is the scoreboard, right? And so I'm always used to going in through the back entrance, so I know where everything is. When I come in through the normal gate, I do get turned around.
Yeah, it's weird.
So I did find myself for a while just looking around going, okay, so where's the Dan Hurley Memorial covered tunnel? Oh, it's right there. Where's the Creighton locker room? All right, it's back that way. So I was doing a little bit of that. But it was fun. It was a good time. It was a very busy weekend. You go right from that into painting all day Saturday, part of the day on Sunday. So yes, today was the first relaxing day since probably last weekend.
I feel guilty because my weekend was disc golf, sushi, and college football 25.
Well, that we all do what we got to do. It
was a great weekend.
We got to do what we got to do. It is the happy hour. We wanted to start off with something happy. I saw this on Twitter/X this morning. And yesterday was the final day of the British Open. Congratulations to Xander Schauffele.
Schauffele.
Or Schauffele, as you call him.
Also, congrats on me for taking that point.
Yeah, it was one of the only points you got.
Oh, no.
But yesterday also would have been Robin Williams' 73rd birthday. The great Robin Williams. And someone posted this on Twitter. Now, I had to go through and take out all the bleeps. I think I got them all.
I'll be hovering over the dump.
Here's 90 seconds on Robin Williams and how golf was invented. This put a smile on my face this morning. I hope it does the same for you this afternoon.
Here's my idea for a f***ing sport. I knock a ball in a gopher hole. Oh, you mean like pool? F*** off pool. Not with a straight stick, with a little f***ed up stick. I whack a ball that goes in a gopher hole. Oh, you mean like croquet? Croquet. I put the whole hundreds of yards away. Oh, yeah. That's great fun there. Oh, yeah, that's a great thing. Oh, like a bowling thing. No! Not straight. I put shit in the way. Like trees and bushes and high grass so you can lose your fucking ball and go whacking away with a fucking tire iron. Whacking away, and each time you miss, you feel like you're going to have a stroke. That's what we'll call it. A stroke, because every time you miss, you feel like you're going to fucking die. Oh, great. Oh, here's a bit of part. Oh, this is brilliant. Right near the end, I'll put a flat piece with a little flag to give you fucking hope. But then I'll put a pool and a sandbox to with your ball again. You'll be there trashing your ass, jerking away in the sand. Oh, you do this one time. No! 18 fucking times!
The great Robin Williams would have been 73. This was the first time in 42 years. This blew me away because I didn't see much of the coverage, but I did watch, the last Shoffley had already basically won the tournament. But when Tirico said that this is the first time in 42 years that all four majors were won by American golfers.
Wow.
I would have not guessed that. And I know, there's been a lot of great foreign golfers, but, if you look at the list of all-time major champions, Americans are everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
But this was the first time since 1982 that all four major winners came from the United States.
Can we claim it now? Is golf our sport now?
Golf's our sport now.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely our sport now. But there you go. So the majors season is done. Congrats, Nebraska. You're now one of two. One of two Big Ten programs that do not sell alcohol in the football stadium.
Oh,
announced
lame.
Today. Madison, Wisconsin, the Badgers, starting this football season, will begin selling alcohol beverages in the general seating areas of Camp Randall Stadium. And as they point out in the press release, with the change, the University of Wisconsin-Madison will become the 16th school in the Big Ten to sell alcohol in the football stadium's general seating area. Don't ask me who the other team is. I don't know. I don't know which one's the other school. I'm not sure. If someone else knows, hit me up in the comment section or on the at USC1620 Twitter. But yes, Nebraska is now one of two Big Ten schools to not have alcohol. Now it's going to change. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. I don't know. It won't be this year, obviously, but it is going to happen. The question is, will Nebraska, just like they were with Prohibition, be the last? Nebraska was the state that put the count over the top to ban alcohol in the United States. Will they be last in serving alcohol to the folks in the stands at Memorial Stadium? Deep sigh. All right, so this is Big Ten Media Days. I want to thank our guests earlier in the Grum, Tom Chatel, also Scott Doerman, as we talked about what we can expect this week. And we kind of looked at it more from the big picture, Big Ten perspective. But now drilling down just a little bit. You think back to previous Big Ten Media Days, there's a couple of noteworthy events. You have the Bill Moose off to the side, pushing back on the idea that Nebraska could win 8 or 9 games, saying we just need to get 6. Some programs or programs may have turned that into a neat, fun game. But we got the "gotta get to 6" quote from a Big Ten Media Days. And then, as Scott Frost was, little did he know, saying goodbye to Nebraska, got the no opening statement moment that people clung on to and mocked him for. But with a year that is where Nebraska's definitely going to be just another face in the crowd. All the attention this year in Indianapolis is going to be on the newbies coming in, the expectations at Ohio State, obviously the big picture issues in college sports with the house settlement and NIL and revenue sharing and how all of that's going to work, the new 12-team playoff. Nebraska's not going to likely make a splash. But they still get their turn at the mic. There's still an opportunity for them to make some headlines, to make some impressions. If you are Matt Rule right now, if you're Matt Rule and you're getting ready for Wednesday, what do you want the message to be? Do you want to continue to just kind of lay in the weeds and just kind of do your obligatory thing and get in, get out, and get back to work? Do you want to send a message? Do you want to set a tone? What statement would you like to see Matt Rule make on Wednesday when he speaks? And I believe it's going to be 11:30 our time. What statement would you like to see him make to get the season off on the right foot? Nebraska preseason picked 8th in the conference. We had that data for you earlier. Both the Kings of the North website and Cleveland.com both did independent Big Ten football polls. Nebraska 8th in both. In fact, the top 10 was identical in both polls, with Ohio State and Oregon being 1 and 2. Iowa's 5th. Wisconsin 7, Nebraska 8, Rutgers 9. So Nebraska is basically right smack dab in the middle. So it's easy to, you just get lost in the middle. And I get it. Right now, if you're Nebraska, you're looking for, dare I say, quote again, Bill Moose, got to get to 6. Win totals at 7.5. But for the first time in your program's history, in the modern recruiting era, we'll call it, you got a 5-star quarterback. You beat Georgia for Dylan Raiola. So you have somebody that you theoretically can build your offense around for the next at least, probably 2 years safe, 3 years, who knows what happens after that. You have that situation. You have a talented, mostly young group of wide receivers. You brought in even a couple of transfers to bolster those numbers. You've got a lot of veterans on the offensive line. Running back, obviously, a lot of question marks there. And the strength of your team last year, defense, is mostly intact. And it was a really good defense. So there's a lot of good selling points here. Certainly the recipe, the ingredients are there. The recipe is out there. The ingredients to that recipe are there to get to bowl eligibility for the first time since 2016. And who knows, maybe win 8 games, maybe win 9 games. So is it important for you that Matt Rule has a good message? Do you want him to get people outside of Nebraska excited for Nebraska football? Or would you just rather have him just get in, get out, go about your merry way, go back to work? There's a part of me that wants, I'm not looking for Matt Rule to say anything specifically. I'm not looking for him to go out there and wave the flag for Dylan or
say we're going to throw the ball
Say
more.
we're going to throw the ball more to help satisfy maybe some new character called Throw the Ball Guy.
I love this guy.
But I would like to hear an air of confidence. I would like to hear a certain tone that leaves people in that room. And remember who attends these things. Yes, you have media from all of the Big Ten schools, but you also got a lot of national folks who are just there to just look at the big picture. But that group of people can be they can be influenced. They can be very impressed. You know, if someone comes in and just kind of does the whole Eeyore, oh, woe's me. You know, folks are going to pick up on that and say, man, that dude's low energy. That program's not going anywhere. And you've got others that can really make a splash. What I'm looking for out of Matt Rule this week is I would love to hear an air of confidence, an air of progress. Yeah, a little bit of not a lot, but just a little bit of showmanship. Just a little bit of showmanship. Just enough of a nod and a wink to, hey, we ain't half bad. We ain't half bad around here. I know we haven't been to a bowl game in 8 years. But I would like Matt Rule to give me not a hard sell, but we've all been there, whether it's a car dealer or someone, a realtor or, someone who's trying to sell us something. They're not giving us that hard sell. They're not touting hey man, this product is much better than this product and we got great price point and all of our service. We've all been through the hard sell. Sometimes the best salespeople are the ones that just kind of ease you into the conversation. They make you relaxed. And then they know when to hit you with just that little bit that just says, oh, I didn't realize that. And next thing you know, you've gone from being interested in buying the product to actually wanting to buy the product or feeling like you need to buy the product. That's what I want Matt Rule to do.
Some kind of peace of mind.
I want Matt Rule. Yes, obviously peace of mind. But remember, Matt Rule is not really talking to us on Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to a degree he will be. There'll be the sidebar sessions, Sip and, the boys from 24/7 and they're all going to be asking the real detailed questions that they get a chance to get. So we'll get some nuts and bolts Nebraska football. But I'm talking when he's in the main room, when he's on BTN, when he's in front of the national folks. I'd like for him just to kind of welcome me in, ease me in, and then just hit you with that little bit of something that takes me from I'm interested to I want to buy. That's what I want to see from Matt Rule. Because I do think that's going to be important just to set a tone, set that table for this season. Because as funny as it sounds, and we talked about it with Tom Chatel, that people are talking about 7 wins in a row, it does set up that way. The schedule does set up that way. You don't have to squint very hard to see it happen. But if you're ever going to break away from that paralysis, that mindset that always is the yeah, but in the back of your head, the schedule says that, but they haven't done this in 8 years, or they always find a way to do this wrong, or they always find a way to lose this game. I think you want to, if you're going to help defeat that kind of mindset, obviously winning games and showing that it can be done is the best way to do that. But to lay the groundwork for people to actually believe, for his team to actually believe, I'd just like to see a little bit of that showman that I know Matt Rule has in him. So I'd like to see an energetic, positive tone with just a little tiny bit of hard sell that gets people to want to buy what Matt Rule is selling. That's what I'm looking for on Wednesday.
That seems extremely fair.
Ryan says, I like your idea, but why put more pressure on a team that hasn't done any significant winning, especially a true freshman? Again, this is not about putting more pressure. In fact, this is about alleviating some of that pressure. Because if Matt Rule believes it and gets his team to believe it and gets other people to believe it, it can happen. You're not going to get there. I'm not asking for Matt Rule to tell us, yep, we're going in, we're winning 8 games, and Dylan's going to be great, and he's going to throw for 3,500 yards. He's going to, 40 touchdowns, only 2 picks. I'm not looking for the hard sell. Just a little bit of confidence, just a little bit of that little nudge that just pops people, and then you don't see it at the top of the headlines. You're not looking for anything at the top of the headlines. The headlines that are going to be made this week are going to be the things said by the new college football playoff director who's going to be there, or something Tony Petitti said, or, Ryan Day. Let those folks be the headline. But when you read further down in the notes column, you see that paragraph about, oh, and by the way, Nebraska might be a team this year. Matt Rule had this to say, blah, 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 blah. And it just reinforces the idea that there's a new energy, there's a new belief in Nebraska, because winning gets it done, but it doesn't get there without belief. So I'd like to see just a little bit of it, just a tiny, tiny bit. That's all I'm looking for.
That's all you need.
That's all I need. We'll see if we get it. All right, coming up, we have some details on other things happening in the NFL. Connor Stallions, you haven't heard that name in a long time.
Sign stealer guy.
Sign stealer guy is back. And we also have a little bit of content to get to as well. I guess LeBron did some more good things today. So I'm told.
Thanks, LeBron.
Thanks, LeBron. All right, back with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct next on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back. 402-951-1620 if you want to get a hold of us on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline, or you can hit us up on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620. Well, outside of Big Ten Media Days and Nebraska football, saw this today, that gaming tax receipts fell 8% in June here in the state of Nebraska. Yes, they were down $1.78 million. Why, you say this is important to me? Well,
why is this important to me, John?
This also includes the take from sports gambling. And granted, the month of June's not a big betting month, but you wonder how much better it would be if they had a mobile app. I'm just saying.
Nice pun.
Just saying. Though, if you missed it last week, the governor says he's going to put in a priority bill to get mobile sports betting legalized in Nebraska. We'll see if that goes anywhere. Also, Jordan Love says he is not participating in practice or preseason games until he has a new contract, a new extension. Brian Gutekunst, the GM of the Packers, said that he was informed by Love's representatives on Saturday night of their plans before a deal gets done. Quote, "We completely understand where he is coming from." He did report for training camp and take part in meetings and other activities, but not practice. So they're still waiting to work out a new contract.
I think that people should get paid what they think that they're worth, but not practicing seems like it hurts you more in the long run.
The funny thing is, when it comes to football, I don't know if that's even true anymore. If you're of a certain level, now here's the real catch: is Jordan Love of that level, right? Pretty much all the receivers he had last year are back this year, so they've been working it out. But we have seen other players hold out and be just fine going into the season. We've seen guys like Ndamukong Suh basically sit out the entire front half of the season, then sign with a team halfway through and help them get to the playoffs. This is the one avenue that football players have without the guaranteed contracts, is the holdout. And this is I would call this a soft holdout, because he's not threatening that he won't play at all. But let's face it, was he going to play in any preseason games? Probably not. So I would guess that they'll probably get this worked out, but I don't know if it's going to have a detrimental effect. It's weird. You would think that, hey, we got to have guys here. We need to have them ready to go for practice. But this has happened everywhere else in the NFL, and Jordan Love is no exception. I think it is interesting that he is doing this now, but it just shows you again the pressure that even mid-level quarterbacks can have. Because I don't think Jordan Love's top 10 in the NFL. But because he had a great finish to last year, led him to a playoff win, almost got him to a second playoff win, now all of a sudden his stock has gone sky high.
I don't think Love's a top 10, but I've always been really high on him. Even that season where Aaron Rodgers was out for a good chunk and Love had to pick up that slack, the way he was able to play despite all of those receivers being so used to Aaron Rodgers' system, I've always liked Jordan Love.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm not arguing that he isn't worth whatever it is he's looking to get paid. But I do find it interesting that, a lot of these quarterbacks, once you find a guy that even has the look, they may not be the guy, but even just gives you the hope that he is the guy.
The vibe of the guy.
It instantly raises their value. Instantly. I promise you that Connor Stallions is back. You remember Connor Stallions from such hits as
Central Michigan,
spying for the University of Michigan. Well, there are 3 new sports stories that are going to be in the Netflix series Untold. And the 3 stories starting in August are the murder of Air McNair, the untimely death of Steve McNair. That will be the story told on August the 20th. On September 3rd, it will be Hope Solo versus U.S. Soccer. But on August the 27th, we're going to get the in-depth look at Sign Stealer. Connor Stallion shares his side of Michigan's alleged sign-stealing scheme that turned him into a viral villain. It sounds like he's actually going to speak with Netflix.
I mean, I feel like he's blacklisted in the college.
Oh, he's
community.
He's been blacklisted. Absolutely.
This kind of feels like the next step, or the logical step.
Oh yeah, as far as getting, as far as career rehab,
getting paid.
Because a guy like this, oh yeah, getting paid.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this guy is a football junkie.
Mm-hmm.
And he's one of those, outsiders that just so desperately wants to be on the inside. And while he gets the last laugh in that his program ended up winning, Michigan's the national champions, they've been able to thumb their nose. He did lose something here.
Mm-hmm.
And not just his reputation, but he's not employable right now.
No, not at all.
I can't imagine the PR that would follow a program, especially in FBS football, that would hire him. And certainly he'll never be welcome back in Michigan again, I wouldn't think. I don't even think Michigan is that brazen to bring him back. But if he's going to start any kind of rehab, we've got to hear from him. And it sounds like he's giving Netflix the exclusive. I'd be curious to know what he is getting paid for his story.
Watch him show up as an analyst for the Chargers at some point.
Now, that would be funny. That would be funny. But that is the Netflix series Untold, which will be August 27th. I'm actually looking forward to the Air McNair one because there's still a lot of unanswered questions into his untimely death. And very tragic, too, given how great he was and seemingly what kind of a person he was.
Are you interested in the Connor Stallions one at all?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Because, I mean, think about it. Last year at this time, well, maybe not exactly at this time, but a year ago, that's all we were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
For a good solid month, that's all we were talking about. What Michigan did, what he was doing, all the different memes, the fun that we had with it, but then also the punishment. And as we found out, Michigan ended up winning the title anyway. So in a way, they got the last laugh. And no matter what the NCAA does, no matter what the Big Ten does, Michigan got the last laugh. They got exactly what they wanted out of it. They got a national championship. And I don't think there is anything the NCAA or the Big Ten is going to be able to do that is going to hurt them any more than they've already been hurt. And if at the end of the day they still have the vape trophy, I think they're fine with it. So in many ways, Michigan already won. In fact, I think in all ways, Michigan already won. But I am interested because it is a unique story because there's no doubt that cheating took place, that something beyond the pale took place. But how you enforce it and how you prevent others from wanting to do it, especially because the first line of defense for Michigan was, well, everybody else is doing it. And that will be the educational thing moving forward is, will this deter other programs from going this far?
Well, giving this guy a platform via a documentary doesn't seem like a very big detriment in the grand scheme of things.
No, but this isn't about necessarily creating the next generation of Connor Stallions, but it's the next generation of schools that are willing to employ the Connor Stallions. Because that's ultimately the most important thing is because if you're one of those people who is like, this is something that should never happen, this is not acceptable, you want this to be a deterrent to those programs. There's always going to be people out there that are going to try to bend the rules, stretch the rules, break the rules. But their employability is only made possible because of the programs that allow that to happen.
I'm finding myself very conflicted about this because I am interested in the story, but if it's just going to be him, I hope it's presented in a way where they present all of the facts instead of just him talking about his side. Because, I mean, with this type of person that it seems like he is, it feels like it'll be very hard to get the full story out of all of this.
I'll be curious to see, especially because he has agreed to do this, how far, and I don't know who is doing the lead on the reporting or who's asking the questions, but I hope they press him.
I do too.
I mean, if this ends up being just a soft piece that, tries to make him out to be a sympathetic figure, it's going to be very disappointing. But we'll see. August the 27th, we'll all find out together. Coming up, we've got some content, including National Mango Day, LeBron James, and he hit a home run yesterday, but the guy who helped make him famous was also in the news.
Oh, no.
That and more as we continue on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Sorry, I was just distracted by something. My phone told me that moderate rain is planning on starting soon.
Oh.
I don't see it. No, there's nothing on the radar.
Well, at least the
Not
rain
here in
is
Omaha.
moderate. It's not too far.
Yeah, I ran
one
into a
direction
pretty
or the
good
other.
little shower on the way in today.
Too. It was so weird. It was only about 2 minutes, but it was the hardest rain.
It was. Welcome to July, everyone. Can't complain. I mean, the weather has been gorgeous.
It has been very
for
nice.
July.
Mm-hmm.
Extremely gorgeous.
John?
Yes?
Yesterday, the Cubs managed to do what they had failed to do in 53 of 54 previous attempts. Win a game where they entered the 9th inning or later trailing. Did this win over the mighty Diamondbacks salvage the season for the Windy Rockies?
No, there's no such thing as the Windy Rockies. Number two, of all the teams the Cubs started the second half with, when they had all that nice momentum, it had to be their kryptonite. The Arizona Diamondbacks, who have won like 18 of the last 19 against the Cubs, or some ridiculous number. It seems like it anyway. But I was very happy to see that they won, though I didn't see any of it. I was busy mowing. But congrats, Cubs. You managed to score a run in the 9th inning and a run in the 10th inning, which represented more runs than you had in the previous game total.
You know, John, people forget you can listen to baseball on the radio, which is one of my preferred ways to consume baseball.
I could, but I wanted to, as I was finishing up painting yesterday, I didn't want to be in a bad mood.
Oh.
And listening to the Cubs strike out time after time after time and blow run scoring opportunities time after time, I might have done something wrong, very wrong.
Valid. Trey Alexander's summer league went very well for the Denver Nuggets. He averaged 17 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists per game. Would you be surprised if Trey wasn't on the opening day roster?
I would be very surprised. What a job he did. Shot over 50% from the field. His 3-point percentage was where it was 2 years ago with the Jays. So good to see, especially after things didn't end as well for him at Creighton. That last game against Tennessee famously really struggled. But, man, coming out and playing like this when he needed to make a statement, playing on that two-way deal, congrats to Trey. And also Baylor. Baylor had a good summer league as well. Made a lot of the little plays, basically did what was asked for him. So I think there's a very good chance Creighton will have 2 new alums in the NBA starting next October.
NASCAR returned to the Indianapolis Oval for the first time in several years. Kyle Larson won the Brickyard 400, but it wasn't without controversy, both on and off the track. John, what happened?
What happened? Oh, a lot at the end. And for those of you who are watching on NBC, my apologies. They went away because of the breaking news, even though when they cut away, most stations went to local news. So that was a weird oddity. That was the controversy off the track. But the controversy on the track was that Larson basically got a break. He was starting third on the last restart. This was the overtime because they had a caution with 3 laps to go. So they had a green-white checkered finish. Brad Keselowski was the control car. He was leading, but ran out of gas as they were nearing the start-finish line. So he quick ducked into the pits. That allowed Larson to move up from the second row to the first row. And Ryan Blaney, who would have been the new control car, meaning he gets to control when they leave on the restart. And he was very upset. He thought Larson got the jump start on him. He ended up winning the race. Too bad, so sad. I guess you should have been quicker on the throttle. That's all I'm going to say. My guy won. That's all I care about.
Tom Brenneman has returned to national broadcasting as he was tabbed college football announcer for the CW network. This comes 4 years after his off-air homophobic slur made on air. Is this an appropriate enough amount of time to pass before he gets a job back?
In national, I mean, it's been a while. It's been quite some time for Tom Brenneman. And I'll give him credit. As bad as it was what he said, he made every effort to reach out to the gay community, to rehab, to understand better what was happening. He took his lumps. Now, is this a prime job like he had before when he was at the Reds and with Fox? Probably not. But, I mean, at this point, if you go through the effort and you show a real remorse to what you did, I do believe in second chances. 4 years, quite a while. And listen, no matter what you think, no matter what he ends up doing, and I don't think he'll ever make a mistake like this again, he's always going to have to live with that.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what, whether he's on the CW or anywhere else, he's always going to be remembered as that guy, which is crazy because he was always seen as, just this a really solid announcer who didn't make a lot of waves, and with one heinous comment, totally changed the way people view him. And that is never going to change, whether he has this gig or any other gig.
He is going to be tied to Nick Castellanos for eternity. Whenever there's a home run, this video is always going to get brought up.
It'll always be there.
It took a LeBron James bucket with less than 10 seconds left for the United States to beat South Sudan Saturday in an Olympic warm-up game. Should we be concerned that Team USA is not bringing back the gold?
Well, here's the other part. So they had another warm-up game against Germany today, and they only won by 4.
Oh.
Now, LeBron had another good game today. But this I don't want to read too much into basically what would be the preseason NFL equivalent to Olympic basketball. But these teams are going to give their best shot. You only have so many practices to get to work together. And this was an old team anyway. I'm not so sure that they may not win the gold medal this year.
Oof.
I don't know. It'd be cool if LeBron could pull it off, but these are two kind of rough performances.
That would be a very tough look for us, the country. Apparently that bucket was so inspirational, though, that LeBron was tasked with being the American flag bearer for the opening ceremonies of the Olympics. Is he a good choice?
Well, I would, considering this will be the last time he participates, I suppose it is. Has Katie Ledecky ever done this before? She's on the verge of being the most decorated Olympic female of all time. She might have been a good choice. It's not a terrible choice.
Yeah.
I always thought they, in the true spirit of the Olympics, which is nothing but, a money grab, they should sell that position to the highest bidder.
Yeah.
If Elon Musk wants to carry the flag, he could bid, $2.5 million and get to carry the flag. That's the true spirit of the modern Olympics. It's about the money.
I don't like that. Paul Feinbaum has his new foil, Lincoln Riley. After last week saying that Riley should have been fired, he's already tabbed his replacement at USC, Deion Sanders.
What?
How would this be for the Big Ten?
All right, Husker fan. Bear with me a moment. I know how much you don't like this individual. We know you don't like what he represents. He's at Colorado. But you got to admit, wouldn't it be fun to get your shots at him almost every year? You're not going to play USC every year because, it's an 18-team conference and not everyone plays everybody, but that's neither here nor there. Just having him in the league, if you can't have Jim Harbaugh, you got to have that guy. You've got to have either that guy or that program, that personality that everyone just points to and says, I can't stand that guy. Everyone's got to have a heel. Yeah, Ohio State, they win all the time. But is Ryan Day really the heel? No. Big Ten lost Harbaugh. You either loved Harbaugh or you hated Harbaugh. Most people in this league hated Harbaugh, especially after the sign-stealing thing. But Deion Sanders? Oh, absolutely. I would love to see this. And then the unofficial Matt Rule, Deion Sanders feud can continue with the Matt Rule way versus the Deion Sanders way.
You're a sick man, John.
I might be a sick man, and as much as Deion's antics and some of the things that he says annoys me, he is good for college football. We need more people and personalities like this. And if the Big Ten, the stodgy old Big Ten that needs to promote itself, if they need this to give them the shot in the ass to go after the SEC, then yes, Hire Deion Sanders, USC.
John, today is National Mango Day, something that Jason Kelsey appears to have an issue with. But do you have any issue with mangoes?
So Jason Kelsey today tweeted out a quote tweet of National Mango Day saying, "No, it isn't. It's just a regular ass Monday. Eat a mango if you want, but don't let Big Mango fool you into this nonsense." I have never understood the hard dislike for mango.
I love mangoes. Mangoes are great.
I mean, I don't eat them very often. Most of the time, if I have a mango, it probably is in a smoothie of some kind. But I've never had an issue with them.
You want a game changer, John? Have you ever heard of tahini? It's
That's the Mexican spice.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really good.
Slice up some mangoes, put tahini on the mangoes.
Really?
It will change your life.
See, the first time I had tahini, it was actually as a margarita. You know, instead of the salt, they put the tahini around the rim instead of the salt, which I loved. I thought it was great.
Delicious.
In fact, so much that it was the first time we'd ever heard of tahini. It's when we went to San Diego about a decade ago that we didn't know if they sold it here because we'd never seen it. We actually bought some there so we could bring back here because we loved it so much. But that sounds interesting.
Put it on a mango. It's great.
I could do that. I could definitely
celebrate National Mango Day like that.
Yeah, apparently Jason Kelsey out on mangoes.
I'm out on every day being a day.
Well, guess what? That's the way everything is because every day has a day, apparently.
But not every day has to be a day.
No. I mean, I saw, was it last Friday was National Peach Ice Cream Day?
And I feel like we can never, there's no national consensus on what day is the day because I've seen, it's been National Hot Dog Day 4 different times this year already.
Well, you know what this is? It's just a promotional gimmick to get people to buy more of that stuff.
Big hot dog?
Big hot dog. It's National Hot Dog Day. Or it's, the peach ice cream producers. They want peach ice cream day. So you get peach ice cream. What the heck?
Yesterday was ice cream, just normal ice cream day.
See? That's the whole reason is to get people to talk about it. That's it. And that is content. I did not get a chance to get today to the non-conference schedule comparison, but I will get to that tomorrow. But the ACC is claiming that they are the conference with the toughest non-conference schedule in the country.
Weird flex, but okay.
It's a very weird flex. It's an interesting flex. But this extra day will also give me a chance to compare to 2 other conferences. So I'll do that. So I'll have even more information tomorrow.
Are we gonna have graphics tomorrow, John?
It'll be graphics tomorrow. Of course, there'll be graphics. There's always graphics. By the way, if you want to see our graphics, you can also watch the Grum anytime we're on the air live. You can do so. 1620 The Zone's TV account. It's our YouTube channel, 1620 The TV, or go to zonetv.live.
Zonetv.live.
Direct link right to our streaming video page, zonetv.live. We'll come back, tell you what's for dinner, and have more. Wrap up the Grum next, 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just, like, going out to eat.
Well, as mentioned earlier, we spent a lot of the weekend painting, and I guess if there's one good thing about painting is there's no time to cook anything, so you just order out pizza or whatever. But yesterday was yet another sad reminder that one of the great fast food condiments of our day, the Taco John's hot sauce recipe, has been changed and is a far lesser product than it ever used to be. And I was very triggered as I enjoyed my soft shell tacos, realizing that now I have to eat the mild sauce to get anything close to resembling the flavor of the late, great Taco John's hot sauce, which some people have told me are still available in the store if you eat in and you go to a little salsa bar. But that doesn't help me when I'm at home and I'm ripping open the little package and I'm expecting that unique Taco John's taco sauce flavor, and I get something that is not even close to it. Very sad, very disappointing. I'm triggered, but yes, tonight we're having pot roast.
Nice.
Take that, Josh Peterson. It's good. It's delicious.
A tall glass of milk?
No, probably a Diet Coke.
I like to wash pot roast down with milk. It's a good combo.
Yeah, I stopped drinking milk for regular meals when I was a kid.
Wow, that's fair. I don't know. I'm kind of craving Mexican food. Our Tajin conversation kind of got me craving that. Dessert, though. So did you see the other day, I think I sent you the Rockies' new spaghetti ice cream thing?
Yeah.
It's just soft serve vanilla ice cream with strawberry sauce and
Well, yeah, they're
donut
trying to
holes.
make it look like spaghetti and meatballs.
Yes. I got the ingredients to just make that myself. You can get soft serve ice cream in a box. It's not true soft serve ice cream, but it's the closest thing I'm going to get, except for going to Coors Field and doing it. So I might make that for dessert, just to see if it's good.
Well, again, it's ice cream, but it's just they make it look like something that's not ice cream.
Mm-hmm.
That's the gimmick.
That's the bit.
I think that's a little too try-hard.
You don't like the idea?
No, not really. Here's an idea, Rockies. Have a better baseball team. Maybe people actually show up because you have a good baseball team, not because you have, goofy desserts that don't look like desserts.
I think they should lean more into the Rocky Mountain oyster bit. I know what they are. Everyone knows what they are.
Yeah, and they're not good.
But
they're gross.
Surely they can find a way to put lipstick on that and make them edible.
No, you can't make them edible. They're gross. I don't care what anyone says. I got fooled into eating them once and they were disgusting.
Me too.
I'm trying to remember what the product was. Oh, it was hot sauce. On mashed.com, they looked at the highest and lowest quality ingredients in our favorite hot sauces.
Mm-hmm.
And we were very happy to see that the ones that we liked were in the high quality ingredients. They've done the same thing now with breakfast cereals. Which breakfast cereals come with the highest and lowest quality ingredients? This is not going to surprise you, but it's pretty easy to tell which cereals have the highest quality ingredients versus the lowest, because the highest quality ingredients are the cereals that no one's eating because it's the
worst ones.
Well, it's basically the the granola and pieces of rock and whatnot.
I love me some honey bunches of oats. Those are up there, right? That's my favorite cereal.
Well, I'm looking at this list. The first two entries in the lowest quality ingredient breakfast cereals: Cap'n Crunch Crunch Berries.
I love Crunch Berries.
Fruity Pebbles.
I love Fruity Pebbles.
Fruity Pebbles, disgusting. Fruit Loops. Oh, we're seeing a pattern here. Lucky Charms.
I like Lucky Charms. They're
I
fine.
do too. Trix, another low quality
Those
cereal
are for kids, John.
Malto Meal Marshmallow Mateys.
Anything called Malto Meal
This
seems
is-
like it should be higher.
This is the Malto Meal ripoff version of Lucky Charms.
Oh.
I mean, basically, if it's got artificial fruit flavors and or colors, it's low quality. Who couldn't have seen that coming?
That makes sense.
Because those are all mostly gross cereals. I do like Lucky Charms.
I
Lucky
don't
Charms is good.
like them that much. I do like Captain Crunch a lot. Even if it cuts the crap out of the roof of your mouth, it's worth it.
Oh, it's always been worth it. Always been worth it. All right, coming up on the program tomorrow. What is tomorrow? Tomorrow's Tuesday. Farron, Bruns, we assume, from Big Ten Media Days. Another 25 teams. Who's our team tomorrow?
Purdue.
Purdue. The team picked finished dead last in the Big Ten. And we assume Sipple will be with us from Indianapolis as well. I mean, it is, during his dinner time, but maybe Sean and the boys will make him eat at normal dinner hours instead of his usual old man dinner hours. I'm sure he'll be looking for a
chain restaurant.
Definitely a chain Mexican restaurant.
Mm.
That is definitely what Sip is looking for tomorrow in Indianapolis. So that'll be coming up tomorrow. If you missed anything on the Grum, you can check it out on the radio replay page. Go to 1620thezone.com. You can also watch back all of our shows because all of our shows are archived on our YouTube channel. Make sure you're hitting the subscribe button on that. And we will talk to you tomorrow. The boys from After Hours are coming up next. Josh will be back tomorrow, and I'm sure he'll spend the whole show telling us how he was right one time.
He's just going to gloat forever.
See you then.
Bye.